Chapter 541. The people of the soul refining tribe all walked out. It was unknown who was the first to kneel on the ground, but soon all the tribe members knelt down one after the other and bowed in the direction Wang Lin went. In their hearts, Wang Lin was the tribe leader, the ancestor of the entire soul refining tribe. As long as he was here, the soul refining tribe would never be destroyed. Ouyang also knelt on the ground. For years flashed by in his mind. During these 4 years, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Sometimes when he thought about it, it was like a dream, looking at the more than 5,000 tribe members around him. Ouyang Hua could only use the word respect to describe Wang Lin. Wang Lin walked out step by step until he disappeared from everyone's sight. However, no one stood up. 5 kilometers away from the soul refining tribe, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a golden-purple light flew out. It turned into a giant beast in the air. This beast was 100 feet tall and was golden-purple in color. Its large mouth gave off a cold glow. It was a mosquito beast. Half a year ago, it had awakened, and its overall strength was much stronger than before. Even a normal soul formation cultivator wouldn't be a match for it. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this beast was about the same as a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator. Aside from the effect of the metal spirit root, all of this was related to the beast's unique body. As the purplish-gold light flickered on the beast's body, an aura that seemed to belong to the king of all beasts faintly emanated from it. This aura was very difficult to detect without careful inspection. From ancient God Tusi's memories, Wang Lin knew that these mosquito beasts didn't live alone, but in groups. Since they were a group, then there had to be a leader. This beast was constantly evolving toward the leader. However, at the moment, he was still far from being the leader. One had to know that even ancient God 2C was somewhat fearful of the mosquito beast horde and had to retreat pathetically. The moment the mosquito beast appeared, it let out a sharp howl. As it spread out, Sher San and Hu Pao's faces immediately turned pale. With their cultivation, it was clear that they could not withstand the penetrating power of the sound. After letting out a sharp roar, the mosquito lowered its body and landed in front of Wang Lin. It used its large mouth to rub Wang Lin's body, and its eyes revealed a pleasing expression. Wang Lin smiled and raised his right hand to touch the mosquito beast. Then he leaped up and sat cross-legged on its back. "You two come up too," Wang Lin said flatly. Sure, Sin clenched his teeth. He swore in his heart that he couldn't lose face in front of the ancestor. He leaped up and landed on the mosquito beast's back. The moment his body landed, a wave of cold energy entered his body through his feet. With his body refinement technique, it was completely useless against this cold energy. His body trembled and a numb feeling filled his body. If it wasn't for his shocking determination, he would have already collapsed. When Hu Pao saw Sher San go up, he was naturally unwilling to fall behind. He clenched his teeth and also flew onto the mosquito beast's back. A cold energy immediately filled his body. After struggling to stand up, Hu Pao let out a wry smile. He thought that the ancestor was indeed powerful. Just the demonic beasts he had subdued already had this kind of cultivation. Seeing the performance of Sher San and Hu Pao, there was a hint of admiration in Wang Lin's eyes. With a thought, the mosquito beast let out a roar and charged out like lightning. A powerful wind blew toward the three of them. Wang Lin didn't feel any discomfort from this wind. Instead, he felt very comfortable. As for Sher San and Hu Pao, it was like they were being hit by a hurricane. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would be blown far away. 13 let out a low roar and immediately circulated all the demonic energy in his body. He used his body tempering technique to continuously weaken the wind. Hu Pao also closed his eyes and began to cultivate demonic spiritual energy to resist the wind. This place was 30 million kilometers away from ancient Demon City. Even with the mosquito bee's speed, it would take some time to arrive. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush, so he didn't waste the celestial spiritual energy in his body by using the greater teleportation technique. As the mosquito beast flew through the sky, the countless tribes on the ground activated their defensive formations. In their eyes, the mosquito beast was too powerful. It had to be said that just by relying on its speed, it was like a bolt of lightning in the sky. As it flew, it was like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. Rumbling sounds spread far and wide, and the momentum was extremely shocking. When Wang Lin first entered the demon spirit land, he didn't know about the formation or the tribe's existence. Adding on the fact that the formation had a concealing effect, he didn't notice any signs of human habitation. However, now he had a certain understanding of the demon spirit land. Along the way, he saw countless tribes. There were strong and weak tribes, large and small tribes, and the number of tribe members varied greatly. If my soul-refining tribe could devour all the tribes in the demon spirit land, then the power it will form will shock even the 9 countries of the demon spirit land. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. 7 days later, ancient demon city appeared before his eyes. When he was 50 kilometers away from ancient demon city, he called back the mosquito beast and landed on the ground with Sher San and Hu Pao. Sher San had a calm personality. The furthest he had gone in his life was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the tribe. Now that he was 15 million kilometers away from the tribe, he never dreamed that he would be able to come here. However, he only felt a bit excited before suppressing it. His face was expressionless and cold, not revealing any of his emotions. His curt expression was very similar to Wang Lin's. In truth, for years ago, Sher San's personality wasn't like this. During these 4 years, his respect for Wang Lin made him intentionally or unintentionally imitate Wang Lin. This place was a city in the Sky Demon country, Ancient Demon City. For all the tribes, Ancient Demon City was the place of heavenly might. It was the holy land. It was a place that couldn't be blasphemed. It was the end of everyone's dreams. However, all of this might have been effective for the Sher San from 4 years ago, but the current Sher San's goal was the heavenly might, Wang Lin, the holy land, the valley of the tribe, and the end of his dream was to be recognized by Wang Lin. As for Hu Pao, he was still a bit lacking compared to Sher San. When he saw Ji Yao City, he couldn't help but kneel on the ground and silently worship it. Shortly after, he reacted and quickly stood up. His face was filled with shame, especially when he saw Sher San's cold expression without any excitement like his own. He felt like he was inferior to Sher San, so he took a deep breath and mercilessly spat at Ji Yao City. He muttered a few words, and the respect on his face disappeared and was replaced with disdain. Wang Lin couldn't help but smile at 13 and Hu Pao's actions. He took a step forward and moved like a cloud of smoke. Sher San and Hu Pao followed closely behind. The distance of 50 kilometers was quickly crossed by the 3 of them. Ancient Demon City was still in their sights. Ancient Demon City was extremely large. One couldn't even see the end of it. This was the largest city Wang Lin had ever seen in his life. However, after crossing the stars, Wang Lin could only see stars and nebulae. No matter how big this city was, it was still insignificant in his eyes. After entering the city, Wang Lin didn't withdraw his celestial spiritual energy. He calmly walked in. There were many people coming and going from the north gate, so there were naturally guards guarding it. Wang Lin knew that in the cultivation world, strength was everything. If one was too low-key, it would be bad. There were many people lining up to enter the city. If he waited, it would take at least 2 hours before he could enter. He went around the crowd and charged toward the city gate. Sher San and Hu Pao followed closely behind Wang Lin. Compared to Hu Pao, who was a bit nervous, Sher San's expression was cold and more stable. Wang Lin's sudden movement toward the gate was very obvious to the guards at the gate. These guards were all demon soldiers under the left-wing general's palace. Their cultivation levels were all equivalent to Foundation establishment cultivators. In their eyes, Wang Lin was like a normal person with no demonic spiritual energy in his body. However, Sher San and Qi Hu were behind Wang Lin, had demonic spiritual energy flowing through their bodies. From the looks of it, they were above the top 3. To be able to have such people as his servants, Wang Lin suddenly became mysterious in the eyes of these guards. However, just this wasn't enough for these guards to break the rules. When Wang Lin walked in, one of the guards stepped forward. He was wearing black armor and had a long spear in his hand. He swept the spear forward and coldly said, "Back down, presumptuous." Without waiting for Wang Lin to speak, San stepped forward and threw a punch. In San's mind, Wang Lin was the might of the heavens. Anyone who disrespected Wang Lin was his enemy. He didn't hold back at all with his punch. The giant demon clan's body refining technique made his body as hard as iron. This punch was like a flying sword among cultivators. It whistled through the air and even caused the surrounding space to distort as it flew toward the demon soldier. The demon soldier's expression changed greatly. San's punch was like a meteor in his eyes, and there was a mysterious force inside it. He wanted to dodge, but he found that his body was being bound by an invisible force. It was as if his body was in water, and his movements became very slow. However, this person had been on the battlefield for a long time and was very experienced. At this moment of crisis, he immediately placed the long spear in front of him and took a step back as fast as he could. San's fist landed on the long spear. After a muffled sound, the long spear shattered inch by inch as if it had been destroyed by a powerful force. The demon soldier's face paled. Although the restraints on his body had disappeared, his body still staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't for the other guards helping him up, he would have been even more seriously injured. Even the person who helped him up couldn't help but turn pale. It was clear that he was seriously injured. To be continued. Chapter 542. At this moment, the guards inside and outside the city all rushed out with murderous expressions and surrounded Wang Lin's group of 3. Some of the guards had already notified the higher-ups. When the people waiting to enter the city saw this scene, they quickly dispersed. Their eyes revealed expressions that they were waiting to watch a good show. San, Wang Lin said. San immediately stepped forward with a respectful expression. Even though Wang Lin was scolding him, he didn't complain. "That punch of yours is wrong," Wang Lin said in a low voice. San nodded and said, "In San's eyes, anyone who disrespects the ancestor is San's enemy." Hu Pao was silent. He didn't have the same impulse as San. He originally regretted it, but when he saw Wang Lin's gloomy expression, he let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he didn't make a move earlier. Otherwise, if he angered the ancestor, it wouldn't be worth it. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "Although you used your full strength in that punch, the power of the 4 elements leaked out. You couldn't control it at will, or else how could that demon soldier have blocked it? He wouldn't have had any chance of survival." San was startled, but he immediately nodded and began to ponder. At this moment, there were more than a dozen demon soldiers around them, and all of them were filled with killing intent. It was unknown who let out a roar, held their weapons, and charged at Wang Lin's group of 3 with demonic spiritual energy. Outside the city gate, demonic energy filled the air and sand flew everywhere. A murderous aura immediately spread out from the demon soldiers. These demon soldiers were all experienced on the battlefield. At this moment, even if their cultivation levels were higher than theirs, as long as the gap wasn't too big, they would be forced back. Watch carefully. Although body refinement is different from spells, there are similarities. Although I haven't refined my body, my punch can achieve the same effect. As Wang Lin spoke, his right hand formed a fist and casually threw a punch. His punch landed in the air, but ripples immediately appeared with his fist as the center. As the ripples spread out, all of the demon soldiers charging at him slowed down as if they had been frozen. However, the ripples immediately trembled, and the surrounding demon soldiers all retreated at a speed several times faster than when they charged. As they retreated, all the demon soldiers' faces turned pale, and they involuntarily coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wang Lin didn't withdraw his right fist, but opened his palm. At this moment, all of the blood that the demon soldiers had coughed out turned into drops of blood and gathered in Wang Lin's hand. A ball of blood suddenly formed in Wang Lin's hand. His right hand pointed forward, and the ball of blood flew out like a bolt of red lightning toward the city wall. Just as the ball of blood fell, a cold snort came from inside the city gate. Shortly after, a red figure suddenly appeared outside the city gate. This person pointed at the air with his right hand, and before the ball of blood could even get close to the city wall, it immediately collapsed and turned back into drops of blood that scattered everywhere. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he smiled and said, "To be able to meet someone from the same place as me here, I'm a bit surprised." The blood-red light dissipated, revealing the person inside. It was a woman. The moment this woman appeared, the surrounding demon soldiers all knelt down and respectfully said, "Greetings, Commander Yao." This woman's eyes were like the wind, and her eyebrows were filled with killing intent. She was wearing a white robe, and her black hair draped over her shoulders. She coldly looked at Wang Lin, frowned, and said, "Wang Lin." Wang Lin's eyes faintly lit up, and he carefully looked at this woman. He had seen her before outside the East Demon Spirit Sea. This woman occupied a spot by herself and was very eye-catching. This was why Wang Lin paid attention to her. This woman's cultivation was at the late stage of soul transformation. Although she wasn't at the peak of the late stage, she wasn't far from it. It looks like a lot of people on planet Tian Yin know the name Wang. Wang Lin smiled and took a step forward. With this step, a ferocious aura appeared behind Wang Lin. It was like an angry wave that spread out like crazy. The woman in white coldly looked at Wang Lin, frowned, took a step back, and calmly said, "I didn't think you would also be in the Sky Demon Country. You must have come to ancient Demon City to obtain a position and obtain military merit. Our battle is meaningless." As she spoke, she turned around and walked into the city. Wang Lin faintly smiled as he took a step forward and entered the city. Shi San and Hu Pao followed closely behind. The woman in white didn't walk fast. After entering the city, she didn't directly enter the city, but went to the right. There was a square there, and there was a giant transfer array on the square. There were demon soldiers guarding the area. When they saw the woman, they all knelt down on one knee and were very respectful. Inside the transfer array, the woman turned around to look at Wang Lin and coldly said, "Follow me to see the general of the left wing. This is ancient Demon City, the city of the demon general. The only way to obtain a position is to obtain the recognition of the demon general." Wang Lin nodded and said to Shi San and Hu Pao, "The two of you wait for me inside the city." Then he walked toward the transfer array. The moment he walked in, the transfer array opened. There was a burst of white light, and Wang Lin and the woman disappeared inside the transfer array. After a moment of discomfort from the transfer array, Wang Lin returned to normal and began to look at where he was standing. Before him was a majestic building that pierced into the clouds. This was a gigantic palace. Inside the palace, there was a gigantic statue that pierced through the clouds. This statue was engraved with the image of a burly man wearing armor. An intense demonic aura gushed out from the statue. The entire sky was stirred up by this demonic aura, forming circles of vortexes. The woman in white walked out of the transfer array and coldly said, "Lord Demon General, I've brought him here." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of hearty laughter came from the palace. Following this, a figure suddenly descended from the giant statue. This figure was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already standing in midair. This person's appearance was ordinary, but he had a powerful aura. He was wearing a purple robe, and his arms were very thick. As he stood there, he gave off a sense of majesty. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Wang Lin and laughed. "Are you the outsider that attacked my demon soldiers outside the city wall?" Wang Lin's pupils shrank an undetectable amount. This burly man's cultivation was very well hidden, so ordinary people wouldn't notice it. However, with Wang Lin's cultivation, he could tell that this person was very strong. The demonic spiritual energy inside his body was no less than hundreds of thousands of units. This meant that even if this person's cultivation wasn't at the ascendant stage, it wasn't far from it. It has to be said that in the demon spirit land, 3 stars were equal to 1 unit. 3 units were equal to foundation establishment. 30 units were equal to core formation. 300 units were equal to nascent soul. 300 units were equal to soul formation. 30,000 units were equal to soul transformation. And 300,000 units were equal to ascendant. Wang Lin raised his head. His expression was calm as he calmly said, "I am." The burly man's eyes narrowed. As he laughed, he took a few steps forward, threw a punch with his right hand, and shouted, "Good. Then let this general see what kind of skill you have." This punch was like lightning, but strangely, there was no sound. Although it hit the void, it was transmitted directly toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't reveal any panic on his face. He calmly waved his sleeve, and his right thumb pressed down on the void. Finger of death. The eyes of the woman in white lit up. With one point of his finger, everything within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin became dead silent. It was as if all the life in the area had been sucked out and gathered on his finger. The moment he used the finger of death, a loud bang came from the void between him and the burly man. Wang Lin retreated 3 steps, and his eyes became cold. Looking at the muscular man in the air, he retracted his right fist. His body swayed slightly, and his eyes were like lightning. He smiled and said, "Good. I'm in the air, but I've taken advantage of you. With just this finger, you can become an elder in my mansion." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he shook his head and said, "I, Wang, don't want an inner position." The burly man's eyes narrowed, and he smiled. "Your understanding of my demon spirit land is beyond my expectations. You actually know about the inner and outer positions." In Liu Yun's memory, his ancestor had left a record that said that the demon spirit land was divided into internal and external positions. The elders and deacons were all internal positions and had no military power. Only the generals and commanders were external positions and had military power. The demon emperor once said that outsiders like you can be given any position as long as your cultivation level is high enough. Little fellow, if you want to obtain an outer position, you must bring out your true ability. That finger just now wasn't enough. Wang Lin took a deep breath, focused his mind, and said, "You can continue." There was a hint of admiration in the burly man's eyes. He didn't waste any time and threw a punch at the void. The moment the punch was thrown, he quickly withdrew it and threw another punch. His speed was very fast, and in almost an instant, he threw 10 punches. The void before him showed signs of collapsing, but the space was very solid. After 10 punches, it didn't collapse completely. "If you can withstand my 10 collapse battle intent, you'll be a general." The burly man let out a roar, and his right hand reached at the void. It was as if his hand had pierced through the void and grabbed the collapsed space. He waved his hand and threw it at Wang Lin. This 10 collapse battle intent wasn't corporeal. It came from the void and fused with the void. It contained all the demonic energy from the general of the left wing's 10 punches, as well as his killing intent. The 10 collapse battle intent had 10 changes and 10 collapses. As each collapse overlapped, the 10th collapse would reach an unimaginable degree. This kind of spell was extremely rare in the cultivation world, and this was the first time Wang Lin had encountered it. The moment the 10 collapse battle intent arrived, Wang Lin immediately saw through it. His eyes shined brightly, and he took a few steps back. He stood there like a 10,000-year-old pine tree. He didn't use any treasures, but great gas surrounded his right hand, and he used the celestial slaughter art. At the same time, his right index finger stretched out, and the demonic finger moved through his body. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body turned into strands of demonic energy that gathered on his index finger. Chapter 543. The 3 killing moves were the finger of death and the demonic finger. Wang Lin had used the first 2 a lot, but they weren't powerful enough to threaten ascendant cultivators. They could only be used against soul transformation cultivators. However, in Situ Nan's hands, the power of the finger of death and the finger of demon was shocking. It could even kill an ascendant cultivator. The main reason for this, aside from the fact that it had something to do with cultivation, was because of the essence of the finger of death and the finger of demon. These 3 killing moves were created by Situ Nan. Because he walked the demonic path, These three killing moves were naturally tainted with demonic energy. Without a demonic heart, it would be impossible to completely grasp their essence. Wang Lin's and Situ Nan's Daos were very different. As a result, when he used the finger of death and the demonic finger, it was a bit less agile and flexible compared to Situ Nan's. In truth, there was also the ability to reproduce. It was because Situ Nan saw through this that he didn't teach Wang Lin the rest of the spells. It wasn't that he was stingy, but if he taught them all to Wang Lin, after a long time, Wang Lin's Dao might change. The last of the three killing moves, the Underworld Finger, was far more powerful than the other two. It was almost at its peak and was infinitely close to a low-quality celestial spell. When Situ Nan taught Wang Lin this move, he hesitated a lot. The reason he hesitated was because not only was this killing move powerful enough to threaten ascendant cultivators, but if he used it too many times, it would affect Wang Lin's Dao heart and cause him to slowly fall into the demonic path. This last move was not like the first two moves. The first two moves didn't have any follow-up spells, so with Wang Lin's cultivation level, no matter how many times he used them, it wouldn't affect his Dao heart. However, this last move didn't have any follow-up spells. All of its power was in this finger. He had told all of this in detail to Wang Lin. This was why, after all these years, Wang Lin had only used this killing move once, and that was against the sixth disciple of the Purple Division, the mid-stage ascendant cultivator, Chen Tao. If it was a killing move, then in reality, this last move was the true killing move. The 10-collapse fist will of the left-wing demon general was born out of nothingness and fused with the sky. It was formless and was the pinnacle of the left-wing demon general's essence, energy, and spirit. This fist struck the void, but the fist will could shatter the void and kill without a trace. The moment Wang Lin extended his right index finger, the celestial spiritual energy in his body began to circulate like crazy. In almost an instant, it turned into a large amount of demonic spiritual energy that gathered on his finger. At this moment, his finger was completely surrounded by a black light that not even the sun could penetrate. This kind of black was a pure demonification. The moment Wang Lin pointed his index finger at the void, he immediately felt the monstrous fist will in the void. At this moment, the first collapse was coming. It was as if the entire world was collapsing, and with Wang Lin as the center, the sky was collapsing. A destructive force came from all directions and landed on Wang Lin's body. There was a flash of black light on his right hand, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body began to circulate at an unimaginable speed. The black light on his right index finger suddenly spread and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. An earth-shattering rumble echoed across ancient Demon City. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and he retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself. His right index finger was trembling slightly and was completely numb. The cataclysmic power that landed on his body quickly receded like a tide, but immediately after, an aura that was 10 times stronger than before spun out of the void again. The second collapse was coming. The speed of the second collapse was several times faster than the first collapse. In almost an instant, it came from all directions. Wang Lin's right index finger was still trembling. The power of the demonic finger could only help him resist the first collapse. This is not a spell that a soul transformation cultivator can use. Even among ascendant cultivators, only 1 or 2 out of 10 people can use this kind of spell. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. The power of the second collapse was 10 times stronger than the first collapse. At this moment, everything within 10,000 feet became dark as if there was a sandstorm. Even a vortex above the palace seemed to be affected. Wang Lin let out a roar, and 2 strands of gray gas moved like 2 dragons. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to use the celestial slaughter art. The 2 dragons charged out with a shocking shockwave and instantly broke through the void. However, just at this moment, the dragons encountered the power of the second collapse first. The power of the second collapse was extremely powerful. As a series of thunderous rumbles echoed, not only did the dragons not shatter, They turned into strands of gray gas and formed a gray vortex. The center of the vortex was where Wang Lin was. The power of the second collapse landed on the gray vortex and immediately weakened. At the same time, a powerful slaughter aura spread out from the gray vortex. This slaughter aura was extremely shocking. It contained a domineering aura that could kill celestials and devils. It forced a path of blood through the power of the second collapse and created an opening. With this monstrous slaughter aura, it forced back the power of the second collapse. Wang Lin took a step forward and charged out like a meteor. At the same time, his right hand reached out and the gray vortex dissipated. It turned into two strands of gray gas that appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. Condense. The two strands of gray gas in Wang Lin's D-hole immediately condensed into a 7-foot-long sword that emitted endless gray light. In Wang Lin's hand, a shocking slaughter aura appeared on his body. At this moment, Wang Lin seemed to have become a different person. There was no longer any celestial aura on his body. There was only slaughter aura. At this moment, he was like a god of slaughter. With the slaughter sword in his hand, he broke through the void and charged at the demon general of the left wing. The demon general of the left wing let out a cry of surprise. His eyes lit up and he laughed. Good. Under this general's 10 collapse fist intent, you are one of the few who counterattacked. Let's see if you can break through the remaining 8 collapses and get close to me. At this moment, the white-robed woman, the daughter of the blood ancestor, Yao Shishua, frowned. 3 years ago, when she came to ancient Demon City, she was defeated by this 10 collapse fist intent. This spell was extremely domineering, and the further one went, the more difficult it would be to resist. With her cultivation level, she couldn't even break through the 4th collapse. If it wasn't for the blood spell her father taught her, she wouldn't have been able to break through the 5th collapse. Even so, she was defeated by the 8th collapse. The demon general of the left wing remembered how difficult it was and gave her the position of commander. It has to be said that in ancient Demon City, a commander was only below a demon general. Currently, there were only 4 commanders in ancient Demon City. As for commanders, there were 16 of them. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. One person, one sword, he stepped through the void and charged at the demon general of the left wing. However, there were still 8 collapses between him and the demon general of the left wing. The 3rd collapse was 10 times stronger than the 2nd collapse, and it silently came from all directions. It was like countless giant mountains were pressing down on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of red and were filled with slaughter energy. Facing the 3rd collapse, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, a hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. He raised the slaughter sword in his hand and shouted, "3rd collapse, break for me!" The slaughter sword in his hand released a gray light that had never been seen before. This gray light was more than 100 feet wide and even surrounded Wang Lin's body. It was as if he was burning as he charged out like a meteor. The power of one sword was enough to shock the world and make ghosts and gods cry. The 3rd collapse that came from a void was cut open by this sword. Wang Lin fused with the sword in his hand and charged at the demon general. The demon general of the left wing's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Good. The moment Wang Lin charged out, the 4th collapse arrived. The later the 10 collapses appeared, the faster they appeared, and the more powerful they were. At this moment, the 4th collapse was 1,000 times stronger than the 1st collapse. This kind of power was not something a normal soul transformation cultivator could resist. The appearance of the 4th collapse caused the sky to change colors. Even the vortex above the palace began to twist as if it couldn't withstand the power of the 4th collapse. As the 4th collapse closed in, the slaughter state that Wang Lin had fused with the sword in his hand collapsed. If one wasn't at the late stage of soul transformation, they wouldn't be able to resist the power of the 1st collapse at all. Wang Lin's body separated from the slaughter sword in his hand. At the same time, the power of the 4th collapse arrived. If the 4th collapse was a raging wave, then Wang Lin was a lone boat in this raging wave. Wang Lin's face was pale, and he had to stop his charge. At this moment, he felt like his body was being squeezed by an endless force and was filled with a violent pressure. He could feel that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand the fourth collapse. If the slaughter sword art had more gray gas, he might have been able to resist. However, in these past 4 years, the more people he had killed, the more difficult it was for the celestial slaughter art to succeed. Aside from the celestial slaughter art, the underworld finger should be able to break the fourth collapse. However, the underworld finger was Wang Lin's real ace, and in this dangerous demon spirit land, he wasn't willing to reveal his full strength. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a decisive gaze, and he loosened his right hand. The slaughter sword turned into 2 strands of gray gas and entered his body through his right hand. 2 gray tattoos suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. These tattoos quickly spread and covered his entire body, forming 2 life seals to protect him. Just at this moment, the fourth collapse arrived. The destructive power of the first collapse landed on Wang Lin's body. He immediately felt the fist intent from the fourth collapse. The fist intent contained a sense of faith. Faith! Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. This kind of light rarely appeared in Wang Lin's eyes in the past hundreds of years. It was just like when Zhou Yi gained enlightenment when his soul burned. Chapter 544. At this moment, he felt the conviction in the 10 collapse fist the conviction that came from the general of the left wing. This conviction was a conviction that was formed from a long period of experience on the battlefield, a conviction that was formed from killing countless enemies. It was formed from the combined thoughts of all those who had died under the 10 collapse fist and all those who had retreated in defeat. The strength of this faith far exceeded Wang Lin's imagination. The moment his body withstood the power of the 4 collapses, Wang Lin's mind was also experiencing the wave of faith from the fist intent. 10 collapses should be the limit, but at this moment, the 10 collapses fist intent is actually evolving to the 11th collapse. The reason why the general of the left wing used the 10 collapses fist intent on me is to defeat me and absorb my thoughts, allowing the fist intent to improve. The reason why the 10 collapse fist intent is so powerful is because it has faith. The more people it kills, the more powerful it becomes. An irresistible sense of defeat appeared in his heart. However, the moment this feeling appeared, it was immediately crushed by Wang Lin. His body seemed to be thrown by a powerful force and flew out. He landed on the ground more than 10,000 feet away. As he landed, he flipped his body and the tip of his left hand scratched the ground. There was a sharp tearing sound that lasted for a few breaths before Wang Lin's body flew out more than 100 feet before he stabilized himself. At this moment, Wang Lin's entire body was covered by the tattoo between his eyebrows. After withstanding the 10 collapse fist intent, the tattoo immediately collapsed and turned into specks of gray light that dissipated into the world. There was only half a tattoo between his eyebrows that slowly emitted a dim gray light. Only half of the life seal from the celestial slaughter art remained between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The rest had all dissipated. With your mid-stage soul transformation cultivation, being able to withstand the fourth collapse is already not easy. You step down, it is impossible for you to obtain the position of commander. Even the position of commander does not belong to you. Your position can only be that of an elder. The demon general of the left wing said calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. Although his expression did not reveal any disdain, his words were as such. Wang Lin's eyes shone with an extremely bright light. This 10 collapse fist intent was the pinnacle of a person's spirit. If it was used on a cultivator, it would be the sublimation of a cultivator's Tao heart. The Tao heart would fuse with the nascent divinity, causing the nascent divinity to evolve and fuse with the Tao heart. There would only be one belief in the body and mind, and this belief was extremely firm. It could affect everything and change the world. This was the power of faith, divine ability of faith. Wang Lin slowly raised his head and looked at the demon general of the left wing in the distance. His eyes were deep and seemed to contain wisdom and enlightenment. Wang Lin's eyes gradually grew brighter and brighter. He slowly raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger. It was the same movement, the same prelude to the demonic finger of melting. But at this moment, when Wang Lin used it again, it was completely different. His actions were very different in the eyes of the demon general of the left wing. The burly man let out a soft exclamation, and the light in his eyes condensed once more. This time, it was several times brighter than before. The demon general of the left wing immediately noticed this, and his face couldn't help but reveal an attentive look. In the distance, Yao Shishua's expression changed as she stared at Wang Lin. Her heart was in turmoil as she remembered what her father had said. Her father, the blood ancestor, had paid a lot of attention to this Wang Lin. A demonic aura spread out from Wang Lin's body and formed a faint black mist within 30 feet of him. Inside the black mist, Wang Lin's eyes gradually revealed a hint of gloominess. This gloominess revealed a sense of coldness and demonic aura. Divine ability of faith. The spells I use are only on the surface. Without faith, they can't display their true power. Wang Lin muttered to himself. He looked at his right index finger and suddenly pointed it at the sky. One finger asked the sky. In the sky, the vortex and the void of the palace suddenly disappeared. The entire world seemed to be covered by a curtain of darkness and became even darker, as if there were countless wandering souls howling inside. One finger becomes demonic. Demonic aura spread out. The celestial spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body didn't reverse, but it silently turned into demonic aura. This kind of demonic aura was very different from the demonic aura formed after the celestial spiritual energy was reversed. Wang Lin's hair grew strangely until it reached his knees. He was no longer gentle and elegant, but filled with a ruthless aura. A 6-line demonic rune slowly appeared on his forehead. The demonic aura around his body suddenly became denser and spread out like crazy. It went from 30 feet to 100 feet, and the area within 100 feet was filled with a monstrous demonic aura. When the demonic aura reached a certain level, it turned into specks of green flames that fell to the ground. Wang Lin's body was completely occupied by demonic aura. At this moment, he suddenly looked up at the sky and let out a roar. This roar contained an extremely domineering aura and crazy, killing intent. Just at this moment, the half of the slaughter rune hidden under the 6-line demonic rune seemed to fuse with Wang Lin's mentality and began to grow like crazy. In almost an instant, the half became a complete life rune. The moment this rune was complete, it immediately spread and covered Wang Lin's entire body. Wang Lin took a step forward. His speed wasn't fast, but he walked step by step toward the general of the left wing in the sky above the palace. Interesting. You are the first person to gain enlightenment from my 10 collapse fist intent. Let me see if you can withstand the 5th collapse. The general of the left wing's eyes lit up, and he said in a serious tone. The moment the general of the left wing finished speaking, the 5th collapse arrived from the void. It was 10 times more powerful than the 4th collapse, and the moment it appeared, a thunderous roar came from the surrounding 10,000 feet. This thunderous roar was so powerful that the entire Lucky Demon City could hear it. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. At this moment, he was using the demonic finger to transform into a devil. When the 5th collapse arrived from all directions, his right index finger mercilessly pointed forward. With this point, all the demonic aura in his body gathered at his finger and turned into a demonic flame. The true power of the demonic finger appeared in Wang Lin's hand for the first time. With one point of his finger, the demonic flame on the tip of his finger expanded until it formed a sea of demonic flames around him. Wang Lin's feet took a step and he flew into the air. His right index finger moved like lightning toward the general of the left wing. The moment the 5th collapse arrived, it was blocked by the demonic flame. While it was in a stalemate, Wang Lin's finger charged out. After a thunderous rumble, he charged out of the 5th collapse and was only 100 feet away from the general of the left wing. Shortly after, the sixth collapse appeared. The power of the sixth collapse could no longer be described with words. After it appeared, the 100 feet of space between Wang Lin and the general of the right wing began to collapse. Cracks spread across the sky. The power of the sixth collapse suddenly descended. Wang Lin's expression was still as gloomy as before, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't pull back his index finger, and instead took a step forward. The sixth collapse was like an invisible ring of light that closed in on Wang Lin. However, the moment it touched Wang Lin's index finger, Wang Lin softly said, "Demonic transformation." His index finger immediately emitted a dense black light. This black light instantly spread from his index finger and covered his entire right arm in the blink of an eye. This spread continued, and in the blink of an eye, it spread from his right arm to his entire body. The moment the invisible ring of light closed in, Wang Lin's entire body turned black. His entire body was like a shadow. With one step, he passed through the ring of light, and the moment he passed through, the sixth collapse collapsed. The eyes of the general of the left wing shined brightly as he shouted, "What a good outsider! I have indeed underestimated you before. I'll wait for you here. There's still 4 collapses left." The conviction of your 10 collapse fist intent is the certainty of victory, and it's caused by the thoughts of everyone that is lost to this divine ability of yours in the past thousands of years. If I want to break through your fist intent, purely relying on cultivation is something that my divine ability is unable to accomplish. However, the crux of breaking through your 10 collapse fist intent isn't cultivation, but conviction. In order to break your fist intent, I use my finger to turn it into a demon. This belief fused with the demonic transformation finger and gave it a soul. At this moment, it is no longer a battle of cultivation, but a battle of belief. As Wang Lin calmly spoke, he took another step forward. The 7th collapse arrived. The moment the 7th collapse appeared, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Make way." After he said these 2 words, the 7 collapses that were about to appear seemed to have a form and immediately collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. His eyes were burning with the fire of belief. What he held on to in his heart was the soul of the demonic finger spell. Although he spat out 2 words, these 2 words were filled with an unquestionable belief. This belief wasn't to kill or to win. It was the will of a demon. The will of a demon was to go against the heavens and not go against the laws of the world. It was to steal one's life, destroy one's Tao, and walk the path of pleasure. That was why it was called a demon. The expression of the general of the left wing finally changed. From the moment he saw Wang Lin, he didn't think much of him. Only when this person broke through the 3 collapses did he look at him seriously. However, the failure of the 4th collapse was within his expectations. In his eyes, this person's path would stop here, but he wasn't the person he was looking for under the orders of the demon emperor. However, he didn't think that after the 4th collapse, the person before him would have an epiphany. This epiphany immediately caught his attention. This person's epiphany was to turn into a demon with 1 finger. Even so, he only paid attention and didn't think much of it. In his eyes, although this epiphany was rare at most, it would stop after breaking through to the 7th collapse. However, at this moment, as the other party's words fell apart, it caused him to be completely moved, and his expression changed. He immediately understood that he had made a huge mistake from the beginning, and that was to underestimate this person. With his identity, something that could make him change his expression had never happened in thousands of years. This was the first time in thousands of years. He finally broke someone's ass. Today, when he saw the monthly votes, he rubbed his eyes and refreshed the page several times before he was sure it was true. Everyone is too awesome. My admiration for you is like the surging river and rolling thunder. I want to sell my body to repay you. The battle isn't over yet. In the last few days, who knows when someone will break my ass again. Everyone, continue to use the monthly votes. I've been accumulating them for the past few days, and before the end of the month, I'll definitely repay you. Chapter 545. Wang Lin walked through the air. His long hair flowed behind him, and he looked like a demon god. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his cold eyes. After the seventh collapse, he was only 50 feet away from the general of the left wing. The general of the left wing had a serious expression as he looked at Wang Lin. At this moment, the eighth collapse was like a raging flood that came out of the void and merged with the world. The eighth collapse was unprecedentedly powerful. It turned from the void into something tangible and rushed over like a real flood. Wang Lin was surrounded by demonic energy, and his eyes lit up. Facing the eighth collapse, he took a step forward. The moment his body collided with the eighth collapse, the demonic flames around Wang Lin's body burned and turned into a ray of demonic energy. It was as if the world was filled with demonic energy. The eighth collapse didn't scatter, but the ninth collapse appeared without a sound. Wang Lin slightly frowned. Although he had turned into a demon and gained the will of a demon, his Tao heart was still firm and wasn't affected at all. However, as his belief in becoming a demon deepened, his Tao heart would inevitably be affected. Wang Lin was very familiar with the drawbacks of entering the demonic path. At this moment, the eighth collapse and ninth collapse arrived at the same time. Wang Lin weighed the pros and cons in his heart and immediately made a decision. He looked at the general of the left wing. At this moment, he was only 30 feet away. Letting out a sigh, Wang Lin didn't advance but retreated. He retreated like lightning and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was 10,000 feet away. The general of the left wing was startled. His eyes lit up and he laughed. You know when to advance and when to retreat. Good. As he spoke, his right hand clawed at the air in front of him. A rumbling sound echoed in the air as the 10 collapsed fist intent immediately dissipated. The world seemed to have returned to normal at that moment. Although you haven't broken my 10 collapses with your strength, you are qualified to be a commander. I, Yin Li Hai, appoint you as the commander of Lucky Demon City and give you control of 10,000 demon soldiers. As the general of the left wing spoke, his right hand reached out and a bronze token appeared. He threw it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he caught the token and clasped his hands. Thank you, General. Rest in the city for now. In 7 days, someone will take you to your camp. Yin Li Hai looked at Wang Lin with a look of admiration. His body moved and disappeared without a trace. After witnessing all of this, Yao Shishue saw the general of the left wing leave. She was about to say something, but Wang Lin didn't even look at her and walked away. Yao Shishue frowned. She let out a snort and left. Wang Lin's pace wasn't fast as he walked into the distance. As he walked, his demonic intent gradually calmed down. This place was the center of ancient Demon City. Half an hour later, what appeared before Wang Lin were lively streets and pavilions. Inside an inn, Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position and quietly cultivating. He had been sitting there for 4 days and 4 nights. His hair gradually retracted, no longer looking any different from before. After becoming a demon, although the power of his techniques had multiplied, reaching an extremely powerful level, the side effects were also extremely harmful. Wang Lin's Tao wasn't the demonic Tao, so after becoming demonic, his body was filled with demonic intent. This didn't match his Tao heart, and once his Tao heart was affected by the demonic intent, Wang Lin knew that he would completely become a demonic cultivator. Because his Tao heart didn't match, his mind would also be affected by the demonic intent. From then on, he would become a devil without any sanity to speak of. Unless he wholeheartedly became demonic like Situ Nan, only then would he be able to maintain his sanity. With Wang Lin's intelligence, he naturally wouldn't make this mistake. Before, when he entered the demonic state, he had been calculating how long it would take for him to enter the demonic state. How to use the power of the demonic state while still maintaining his Tao heart was the first thing he considered. That was why when the 8th and 9th collapses arrived, he decisively chose to retreat. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, but if he continued, his Tao heart would be affected. Also, one of the reasons Wang Lin chose to join the demonic path wasn't only because of his comprehension of faith, but also because he wanted to get an outer position. Now that he had shown his strength, even if he didn't pass the 8th collapse, he believed that the general of the left wing wouldn't just give him an inner elder position. If this Yin Lihai was really this blind, then Wang Lin had already decided to leave ancient Demon City and return to the wild, desolate continent. At most, in a few years, he would directly take down ancient Demon City. After staying at the inn for 4 days and 4 nights, Wang Lin finally compressed the demonic intent into a point and sealed it inside his body. This demonic intent couldn't be removed, and Wang Lin didn't plan on removing it. If he used the demonic intent well, it could increase his power by a lot. San and Hu Pao arrived at the inn one day and lived next to Wang Lin's room. The reason the two of them were able to find this place was because of Wang Lin's divine sense summoning them. After several days of cultivating, Wang Lin walked out of the inn on the 5th day. San and Hu Pao quickly followed behind him. Walking through the streets of ancient Demon City, Wang Lin felt like he was in another world. Everything here was very different from the outside world, whether it was the buildings or the surrounding environment. This East Demon Spirit Sea has its own world, and it is very mysterious. I just don't know how this place was formed. Could it really be the rumor that before the celestial realm shattered, there was a powerful celestial emperor's cave? Wang Lin felt a bit of disbelief. If the rumor was true, then the celestial emperor's cultivation was unimaginable. To be able to make his own cave the size of a world was simply too shocking. Although it's just a rumor, it's not without reason. If it really is a celestial emperor's cave, then why did the celestial emperor create a world inside his cave? So why are there so many locals? As Wang Lin walked on the street, he began to ponder. Could it be? Wang Lin's expression changed, and he thought of an absurd answer. When he was young, in his village, his neighbors would often use fences to divide up a piece of land and raise some livestock. Wang Lin looked at the world before him and then looked up at the sky. He suddenly had the illusion that he was inside the fences and the locals around him with the livestock. Wang Lin shook his head and bitterly smiled. He thought he was thinking too much, but this speculation still lingered in his heart. San and Hu Pao followed behind Wang Lin. San's expression was cold, and his gaze always lingered around Wang Lin. If there was anyone suspicious, he would immediately attack. As for Hu Pao, he did not think too much about it. His gaze always stopped at the pavilions and stalls. His eyes would occasionally reveal a strange light. It was clear that he had seen something he liked. Wang Lin had no interest in anything in Lucky Demon City. After wandering for 4 hours, he saw a restaurant with an endless stream of people coming and going. Ever since he started cultivating, Wang Lin had gradually lost his desire for the food of mortals. He had reached the stage where he could not eat. All day long, he only needed to breathe to satisfy his body's needs. If it was just food, it would not be enough to arouse Wang Lin's interest. However, there was a huge wine jar outside the restaurant. This wine jar was about 10 feet wide and 6 feet tall. There were a few ladders around it, and some waiters stepped on the ladders and used huge ladles to scoop out the wine. Seeing this wine jar, Wang Lin stopped and looked up at the name of the restaurant. Green Bamboo House. On the 2 sides of the curtains of the Green Bamboo House, there was a couplet. The fragrance of bamboo and orchid welcomes the ancient guest. The fragrance of green plum and chrysanthemum sends off the immortal lord. Wang Lin looked at it with great interest. At this time, the receptionist standing at the door hurriedly took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "Dear guest, this small restaurant's green bamboo wine is a famous wine in the 9 counties. Why don't you come in and have a taste? Today is the opening of a new jar." The owner said that if you can drink 10 small jars without getting drunk, all the money for the wine will be free. This is a rare opportunity. If I were you, I would definitely come in and have a taste. The receptionist's eyesight was very good. Although he could not see that Wang Lin was extraordinary, he could see that San and Hu Pao behind him were not simple. These two were clearly guards, so the person in front of them must be someone of great status. Wang Lin found the receptionist's words interesting. He smiled and said, "Then let's have a taste of this green bamboo wine and see what's so special about it." With that, he walked into the restaurant. San and Hu Pao immediately followed him in. The restaurant's environment was elegant and the size was moderate. At this moment, there were many customers talking and laughing. When Wang Lin and the other two entered, the receptionist walked a few steps forward and shouted, "Dear guests." As soon as he said this, a waiter came forward and said with a smile, "Dear guests, please come in. There is an upper table by the window. Please follow me." With that, he led the way to a table by the window and used the towel on his shoulder to clean it. Wang Lin sat down. San and Hu Pao hesitated for a moment, but when they saw Wang Lin nod, they sat across from him. "What would you like to eat?" The waiter had good eyesight and asked Wang Lin, "Bring up 3 small jars of your green bamboo wine." Wang Lin said gently, "All right." The waiter put the towel on his shoulder and turned to leave. After a while, he returned with 3 jars of wine and some wine cups. San hurriedly picked up the wine jar and shook off the mud on the jar. He poured a cup for Wang Lin, but he did not drink it himself. Hu Pao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When he saw that San did not drink, it was not convenient for him to drink either. He could not help but mutter in his heart, but he did not show any of it on his face. Wang Lin picked up the wine cup and took a sip. A long-lost taste involuntarily surged into his heart. In his life, Wang Lin had only drunk one kind of wine, and that was the wine that Daineyu's ancestors left behind when Suzaku turned into a mortal. In those decades, Daineyou would often bring fine wine, and gradually, Wang Lin was filled with nostalgia for that wine. Time has changed. I wonder if Suzaku is at peace now. Daineyou is immortal, and time is merciless. I'm afraid he has long become yellow soil. His descendants should still be alive. Wang Lin held the wine cup, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Chapter 546. The dozens of years he spent turning into a mortal were the most peaceful period of his life, and it was also a period of time when his cultivation level rose. Although it had been many years, everything he experienced had never disappeared from his mind. Thinking about Daineyou, Wang Lin let out a sigh and drank the wine in his hand. This wine was mellow, and although it was a bit spicy, the aftertaste was endless. It was very similar to the wine that Daineyou gave him. San was still silent. He could see that Wang Lin seemed to have something on his mind. The only thing he could do was fill up Wang Lin's cup when it was empty. Hu Pao endured for a long time and swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He secretly looked at Wang Lin and quietly picked up a jar of wine. He crushed the jar and quickly poured himself a cup. He drank it in one gulp and immediately became spirited. He was about to pour another cup when he noticed that San was coldly looking at him. Hu Pao's expression was filled with grievance. He thought, "The ancestor didn't say anything when I drank some wine, so why is San meddling in other people's business?" Although he thought this in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. Wang Lin poured cup after cup of wine in his hand. The reminiscence in his eyes became even stronger as the scenes from when he was on Suzaku flashed through his mind. He suddenly had a very strong urge to leave the demon spirit land, leave planet Tianyun, and return to Rosefinch, the place where he was born and raised. This urge became stronger and stronger until it occupied almost all of Wang Lin's mind. The cup in his hand shattered and the shards pierced into his hand. However, at this moment, Wang Lin completely ignored it. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. If a cultivator saw Wang Lin at this moment, they would be shocked. It has to be said that cultivators had to have a firm Tao heart. How could they have such an impulse and reminiscence? San immediately sensed that something was wrong. He jerked his head up and looked at Wang Lin with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, Hu Si also felt that something was wrong. His expression changed, and the degree of anxiety he felt was not the slightest bit inferior to San. At that moment, the sound of armor rubbing against each other could be heard from outside the restaurant, followed by a clamor. Following that, 7 or 8 demon soldiers wearing black armor entered the restaurant. Their expressions were extremely arrogant. As soon as the waiter stepped forward, he was pushed away by one of them and shouted, "Bring out all your best wine and dishes." The waiter was pushed to the ground. After he got up, he immediately smiled apologetically, nodded, and hurriedly left. Inside the restaurant, many customers immediately paid their bills, not daring to stay here any longer. The 7 or 8 armored men immediately gathered a few tables together and sat down. Then, they began to make a ruckus. Amongst these 7 or 8 people, there was one person who sat at the head. He was around 30 years old and had a gloomy face. An invisible pressure was being emitted from his body. After all the wine and dishes were served, he picked up the jar of wine and smashed the jar of mud. Without using a cup, he directly drank the entire jar of wine in one gulp. With a throw of his right hand, the jar of wine landed beside the table where Wang Lin and the other 2 were sitting. With a pa sound, it fell to the ground. Shi San's eyes narrowed. He turned around and took a deep breath. Only then did he slowly turn his head back. He did not say anything. Hu Si also frowned. However, he knew that there was a change in the ancestor, that it was not the time to cause trouble. Thus, he suppressed his anger. Lord Commander, don't worry. When that person comes the day after tomorrow, we will join forces and give him a show of strength. We will let him know who the true commander is. One of the black armored men immediately patted his chest and said loudly, "Have you found out who that person is?" The gloomy man wiped the wine from his mouth and said in a deep voice. Another black armored man softly said, "It's an outsider." The demon general personally tested him. Apparently, he didn't meet the requirements and was given the position of commander. Oomph. The gloomy man picked up another jar of wine and took a big gulp. Lord Commander, I will challenge him the day after tomorrow to see how strong he is. According to the rules of our army, if he is weak, then even if the demon general nominates him, it will be useless. That's right. Why did the demon general demote the commander to vice commander the moment he arrived and make this person the commander? There is no reason for this. No matter who it is, they will not be able to endure this. Enough. The gloomy man took another big gulp of wine and said, I want to see what kind of ability this person has. Outsiders. Even if they're outsiders, they're strong and weak. It's not like there haven't been outsiders who have died under my hands. If this person is strong, then I will use the immortal execution formation. After he said this, all the black-armored demon soldiers around him became silent. The gloomy man frowned and slowly said, Are you guys afraid? At this moment, people began to pay their bills and leave the restaurant. Soon, there were only 2 tables left in the restaurant. Aside from the demon soldiers' table, there was also Wang Lin's group of 3. The cup in Wang Lin's hand had already been crushed, but the reminiscence in his eyes became even stronger. Celestial spiritual energy began to spread out from his body. The demonic spiritual energy he had been suppressing inside his body slowly grew and spread. Ancestor, Shi San softly called out. The gloomy man at the demon soldier's table let out a snort and said, If you are afraid, then get the hell out of here. One of the demon soldiers beside him immediately said, Lord Commander, if we use the immortal execution formation, I'm afraid the demon general will punish us if he finds out. When that time comes, that person will be dead and I will return to my original position. Even if there is punishment, I will take it. None of you have anything to do with it. The gloomy man drank all the wine from the jar in his hand and then threw it away. This time, the wine jar was thrown directly at Wang Lin's table. It was extremely fast and landed in the blink of an eye. Shi San's eyes turned cold and he grabbed the wine jar. At the same time, his expression changed and his body involuntarily moved to the side. The chair he was sitting on collapsed on the spot. Shi San's body took a few steps back. He swallowed the blood in his mouth and stabilized himself. Get the hell out of here. I'm not in a good mood today. In this hall, only the 3 of you are blind. The gloomy man immediately shouted. Hu Pao's eyes were cold as he stared at the demon soldiers at the table. He could feel powerful, demonic spiritual energy from these people. He estimated that he could easily defeat one of them, but it would be difficult to deal with 2. This was especially true for the person who threw the wine jar. This person's demonic spiritual energy had reached a certain level. When Hu Pao's gaze met his, he immediately felt a stabbing pain in his heart and quickly withdrew his gaze. Shursen took a deep breath and put down the wine jar. He walked up to Wang Lin and softly said, "Ancestor." Wang Lin sat there motionlessly as if he didn't hear anything. The gloomy man had been secretly paying attention to Wang Lin the moment he entered the restaurant. This person was a bit strange in his eyes. There seemed to be two forces fighting inside this person's body. The first wine jar was used to test the waters. These two wine jars were even more obvious. When the demon soldiers beside him saw that Wang Lin and company still hadn't left, they immediately became dissatisfied. One of the black-armored demon soldiers suddenly stood up and shouted, "You're courting death." With that, he walked forward and pushed Wang Lin. Shursen stood to the side, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without a word, he threw out a punch. The demon soldier's reaction wasn't slow. He let out a soft cry of surprise, and his hand turned into a fist. The demonic spiritual energy in his body surged, and a ghostly light appeared on his fist. This ghostly light turned into a fierce tiger that entered his fist and collided with Shursen's fist. After a muffled bang, the demon soldier coughed out blood, and his body was thrown back like he was hit by a powerful force. He landed on a table a few dozen feet away, causing the table to collapse. He fell to the ground and coughed out blood like crazy. Shursen retreated a few steps, and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. He was already injured when he caught the wine jar, and now he was forced to use his body's power. This caused his injuries to worsen, and his right fist was numb. His body refining technique wasn't complete, so it wasn't strong enough. When Hu Pao saw 13 attack, without a word, he touched his bosom with his right hand, and dozens of small flags appeared in his hand. He waved them, and gusts of cold wind howled around him. When the demon soldiers saw their own people being injured, they all stood up. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. After fighting on the battlefield for a long time, once they released their killing intent, their fierceness would increase several-fold. Only the gloomy person sat there and didn't move. His gaze was still on Wang Lin. "Savage, you dare to cause trouble in ancient demon city?" Some of the demon soldiers sneered and charged out like ferocious tigers. The 6 demon soldiers attacked at the same time. Hu Pao cursed in his heart. He waved the soul flag in his hand, and a large amount of soul fragments flew out, filling the entire restaurant. Shursen's body flashed, and he merged with the soul fragments to begin the slaughter. Someone from the demon soldiers immediately shouted, "Demon spell? Brothers, break the god with demonic power." The 6 demon soldiers were very familiar with this and immediately released all their demonic spiritual energy. 6 extremely powerful demonic spiritual energies rushed out like angry dragons. These 6 demonic spiritual energies were no weaker than 30 cells of demonic spiritual energy. At this moment, all the soul fragments in the restaurant were forced back. Shursen's face was pale, and Hu Pao cursed in his heart. The two of them looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Even if he died, he had to protect the ancestors' safety. At this moment, Hu Pao suddenly felt like Shursen wasn't as annoying as he had thought. The commander, who had been sitting on the chair with a gloomy expression, suddenly stood up and roared, "Withdraw your demonic power, quickly!" The moment his voice echoed, the 6 demonic spiritual energies in the restaurant suddenly went out of control. The 6 demon soldiers were confused as the 6 demonic spiritual energies charged toward Wang Lin and entered Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the reminiscence in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared. He let out a long breath, and his eyes became clear. What a powerful demonic spiritual energy! There was a flash of shock in Wang Lin's eyes. Chapter 547. For cultivators, the path of Tao is to be firm and not be moved by external things. This is called the Tao heart. Just like how the mortal wind penetrates the body and attacks the heart to turn into Tao, reversing one's origin and soul, one becomes a human demon. The moment Wang Lin's eyes became clear, there was a flash of shock in them. With his cultivation level and his determination towards Tao, it was as if he had just experienced a calamity. Reminiscing wasn't scary. What was scary was that his entire mind was immersed in it, and he couldn't pull himself out. Normally, this wouldn't have happened to Wang Lin, but after he became a demon, even though he had suppressed and sealed the demon, there was still a demonic intent in his body. This demonic intent was the reason why Wang Lin was reminiscing. Among the ancient cultivators, there was a saying that when cultivators communicate with the heavens and the earth and comprehend the heavens, some heavenly demons would appear and merge with the void without a trace. From another perspective, it also meant that it was everywhere. When heavenly demons enter a cultivator's body, they will ignite the Tao fire in the cultivator's body to burn their origin soul, steal their life, and destroy their Tao. In the eyes of the cultivators of Shangji, heavenly demons were extremely terrifying. If they were a bit careless, they would lose control of their body and regret it for the rest of their life. With the decline of the ancient cultivation world and the appearance of the Cultivation Alliance, the talk of heavenly demons gradually disappeared. What remained was a systematic analysis and logical deduction. The Cultivation Alliance gave a negative answer as to whether or not heavenly demons really existed. The Cultivation Alliance believed that the demonic intent inside the body was born and didn't conform to the heavens. As a result, the inside and outside of the body were not in harmony. The yin and yang were not in harmony, and the Tao heart was unstable. This was what happened to Wang Lin earlier. When he felt the urge to return to Suzaku, the demonic intent inside his body reached its peak. If this continued, perhaps Wang Lin could slowly awaken on his own, but the time it would take could be long or short. The appearance of the demon soldiers, especially the release of the demonic qi, allowed Wang Lin to find a way out in the face of adversity. When the demonic qi of the 6 demon soldiers rampaged in the restaurant, Wang Lin was shocked and his mind recovered for a moment. Although it was only a moment, it was enough for Wang Lin to do many things. Without any hesitation, the demon crystal in his body released demonic spiritual energy that quickly moved through his body. It collided with the celestial spiritual energy and formed a vortex inside his body. This vortex was formed by the demonic spiritual energy fusing with the celestial spiritual energy. In the demon spirit land, for foreign cultivators, demonic spiritual energy was a substitute for celestial jades. Fusing it with celestial spiritual energy would increase their celestial spiritual energy. Before, Wang Lin hadn't fused with the demon soldiers. He had been looking for an opportunity. Now that he had fused with them, the demonic energy in the outside world was stimulated, and the demonic energy from the 6 demon soldiers was completely devoured. Although all of this sounds like a long time, it all happened in an instant. Inside the restaurant, when Shirsan saw that Wang Lin had returned to normal, he let out a breath of relief. In his heart, as long as Wang Lin was here, nothing would be a problem. He immediately arrived behind Wang Lin and coldly looked at the demon soldiers inside the restaurant. Hu Pao's nervousness disappeared. He waved his right hand, put away the soul flag, and stood next to Wang Lin. At this moment, the 6 demon soldiers that had lost their demonic spiritual energy were extremely weak. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and their gazes toward Wang Lin were filled with fear. "Who are you?" The man with a gloomy face stood up and asked in a deep voice. Wang Lin picked up the unopened wine jar on the table. He didn't even look at the man and walked out of the restaurant. Shirsan took out some demon stones and placed them on the table before following Wang Lin out of the restaurant. As for Hu Pao, he looked at the demon soldiers inside the restaurant and let out a cold laugh before following behind Wang Lin. The gloomy man slammed the table and shouted, "Stop!" With that, he took a step forward and a powerful demonic force burst out, causing the entire restaurant to be filled with a demonic aura. The demonic aura seemed to have a physical form and immediately turned into sharp swords that flew toward Wang Lin's group of 3. Wang Lin turned around with a cold look in his eyes. He waved his right hand, causing a strange wind to appear out of nowhere. The swords formed by the demonic aura instantly dissipated. "We will meet again." Wang Lin left those words and walked out of the restaurant. The gloomy man's eyes narrowed as he looked at Wang Lin's back and began to ponder. After walking out of the restaurant, Wang Lin didn't go anywhere else. He quickly returned to his room and sat down in the lotus position. He circulated his celestial spiritual energy to search his body bit by bit. The scene of him entering bedevilment in the restaurant had given him a sense of crisis. He had previously underestimated the side effects of bedevilment, but now that he had calmed his chi and focused his mind, he began to carefully search his body. Soon, he discovered faint traces of devilish will in many parts of his body. Every time he found a trace of demonic intent, Wang Lin would immediately expel it. It wasn't until 2 days later that he let out a sigh of relief after circulating his celestial spiritual energy a few times and finding no trace of demonic intent. At this moment, there were 3 black balls floating in front of him. These 3 balls were the demonic intent that he had expelled from his body. It would be a pity to abandon this devilish intent, but if I use it well, it could destroy my Tao and catch me off guard. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his right hand reached out and put the 3 small balls into his bag of holding. The 7 days are almost up. The demon general said that someone would take me to the barracks. As Wang Lin pondered, his expression changed and he looked toward the door. Not long after, San's voice came from outside. "Ancestor, someone wants to see you." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he calmly said, "Come in." As soon as he said that, the door was pushed open. 13 and Hu Pao brought a person into the room. This person looked to be in his 40s and was dressed in black. His face was thin, and as soon as he entered the room, a cold aura filled the air. The moment he entered the room, his gaze fell on Wang Lin, who was sitting on the bed. After looking at him for a bit, he clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Commander Wang. I'm the Demon General's steward. I'm here to bring the commander to the barracks under the Demon General's orders. However, before that, please show me your token, Commander Wang." Wang Lin touched his bag of holding, and a bronze token appeared in his hand. He threw it forward. The steward caught the token and looked at it carefully. He nodded and returned the token. Then he bit the tip of his finger and drew in the air. A blood-colored formation instantly appeared before him. This formation was extremely complicated, but in Wang Lin's eyes, he could see some patterns. Teleportation formation. Wang Lin took back the token and said softly. The steward looked up at Wang Lin and said, "Commander Wang's knowledge is extraordinary. This is indeed a teleportation formation, but it's different from the formations you cultivators use. This formation was created by the Demon Emperor himself, and it's used for teleportation." After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared into the blood-colored formation. At this moment, only Wang Lin's group of 3 was left in the room. San's eyes were filled with determination as he entered the formation first. He had given himself the responsibility to protect the ancestor with his life. This formation was strange, so he would risk it himself. Seeing San's action, Wang Lin secretly nodded. He stood up and walked into the formation. Hu Pao muttered a few words in his heart as he followed behind Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin stepped out from the other side of the formation, an earth-shattering roar came from all directions like a thunderous roar. San, who walked out first, revealed a hint of shock in his eyes. He immediately took a few steps back and his face turned pale. He was already injured, and now he was even more shocked by the scene before him. The blood in his body surged, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. As for Hu Pao, he hadn't been injured before, but his body wasn't as sturdy as 13's. Under the impact of the sound wave, his ears rumbled, and the demonic spiritual energy in his body scattered like crazy in his meridians. His face was pale. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancestor was beside him, and he didn't want to embarrass the ancestor, he would have already sat down to adjust his demonic spiritual energy. However, the more he endured, the more intense the demonic spiritual energy in his body became. Just at this moment, a gentle force came from the outside. Almost instantly, the demonic spiritual energy in Hu Pao's body became obedient, as if it had met its ancestor. It quickly gathered in his meridians and returned to normal. Wang Lin raised his right hand from Hu Pao's shoulder and took a step forward. A surge of celestial spiritual energy entered San's body and circulated through his flesh and blood. San's body immediately lightened and his injuries recovered. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked around. This was a camp made of black stone and was about 50 meters wide. Outside the camp was a giant city wall that was dozens of feet tall. There were fluctuations of demonic spiritual energy on the city wall. It was obvious there was a spell added to it. The place where Wang Lin appeared was at the center of the camp. 1,000 feet away from him, there were demon soldiers wearing black armor, standing straight. They were surrounded by black gas like they were demon gods. These demon soldiers formed a square, and at this moment, there were 10 square squads that surrounded Wang Lin. A powerful killing intent spread out like crazy. The killing intent of 10,000 people was not something a normal person could imagine. Almost all of these 10,000 people had demonic spiritual energy that was no weaker than 30 ranks of demonic spiritual energy. Some of them even had more than 100 ranks of demonic spiritual energy. In addition, these 10,000 people had been on the battlefield for a long time. Every one of them had killed countless people. Their killing intent had accumulated over the years and had almost fused into their bones. Under this killing intent, the surroundings were completely silent. This kind of silence was extremely terrifying. 10,000 pairs of eyes were all staring at one person. Their gazes were the focus of all their killing intent. These 10,000 gazes were no weaker than 10,000 flying swords. Wang Lin stood at the center with a calm expression. There was nothing abnormal about him. The only thing that responded to these 10,000 gazes was his cold gaze. Chapter 548. The moment he appeared from the formation, the 10,000 black-armored demon soldiers let out a roar of slaughter. This roar was filled with demonic energy, and its power was no weaker than the roar of a soul transformation cultivator. The steward's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. He let out a dry cough as he looked at the surrounding black-armored demon soldiers and shouted, "Where is Commander Sima?" As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from the distance. A giant beast with a single horn on its forehead and a pitch-black body charged toward them. The beast's speed was extremely fast, leaving a trail of dust in its wake like a tidal wave. There was a person standing on top of the beast. This person was wearing black armor, with purple markings on its surface. He wore a black helmet, and a dense killing intent was released from his eyes, which were the only parts of his helmet that could be seen. When he saw Wang Lin appear, there was a hint of shock in his eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a powerful killing intent. As this person charged over, the surrounding demon soldiers immediately opened up a path, allowing this person to charge at Wang Lin. When he was 300 feet away from the center, the beast under his feet let out a roar and stopped. Although it stopped, it kicked up a cloud of dust. The steward waved his sleeves, and immediately a gust of wind swept past, blowing away the dust in the surroundings. He looked at the black-armored man and said, "This is the new commander, Vice Commander Sima. You still haven't greeted him?" He purposely emphasized the word vice with a slightly heavier tone. The black-armored person gloomily looked at Wang Lin and coldly said, "Sima, Yin greets the commander." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at this person and calmly said, "I've already met you." Sima, Yin let out a cold snort and took off his helmet. It was the gloomy person from the restaurant. The steward's eyes revealed an unfathomable look as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said, "Commander Wang, since I'm here, I'll be taking my leave. I still have to report back to the demon general." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "Thank you, steward." The steward nodded with a smile. He took a step forward and entered the formation again, disappearing without a trace. After he left, the camp fell silent. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. Sima Yin looked coldly at Wang Lin and said, "Lord Commander, the 10,000 demon soldiers of the Black Armored Army, other than 6 who are unconscious and unable to come out, are all here." Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual. He calmly looked at the black-armored demon soldiers around him. In their eyes, he saw disdain and hostility. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he slowly said, "All of you, step down." None of the 10,000 demon soldiers moved. Their gazes all landed on Sima Yin. If Sima Yin didn't say anything, they wouldn't listen to anyone, even if this person was the new commander. Wang Lin didn't even look at the demon soldiers around him. He walked out and passed through the 10 squads. San and Hu Pao followed closely behind him. Their expressions were dark, and they didn't say a word. After the 3 of them left, the 10,000 demon soldiers in the 10 squads burst out laughing. This laughter was filled with disdain and disdain. Only Sima Yin didn't laugh. He frowned. He didn't know much about this new commander, but he knew that if he encountered this situation, he wouldn't walk away so calmly. He would definitely cause a scene. All of you step down. Continue your training, Sima Yin said with a frown. Although his voice was soft, it was like thunder in the ears of the demon soldiers. The 10,000 demon soldiers immediately stepped back, and the 10 squads began their training. Other than the rows of barracks, there was also a relatively simple house. However, the house was protected by a protective formation. A large black flag was erected at the side, and on the flag cloth, 2 words were embroidered with golden thread. Sima. It was obvious that this house was where Sima Yin lived. On the side were the remains of some buildings. It was obvious that there was more than one house here. Hu Pao looked at everything in front of him. When he heard the mockery from the demon soldiers behind him, his expression became gloomy, and he angrily said, "Ancestor, these demon soldiers are going too far." Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he calmly said, "Don't worry about them. Since there is no place for us to live here, we'll just cultivate in the open." As he spoke, he found an open space, sat down, and began to cultivate. Hu Pao suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly looked at the scattered demon soldiers. He let out a cold snort and sat down to guard Wang Lin's left. Although San's expression was gloomy, his eyes were as calm as water. He didn't care about the contempt of these demon soldiers. He only knew that as long as Wang Lin gave the order, even if he lost his life, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. On the right side of Wang Lin, San sat down and closed his eyes to cultivate the giant demon clan's body refining spell. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was nighttime. The 10,000 demon soldiers in the camp continued to shout as they sparred with each other. Their focus was on actual combat and the coordination of formations. The demon soldiers that passed by Wang Lin were filled with disdain. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. He was like a pool of water without any ripples. San had been imitating Wang Lin and was also cultivating with his eyes closed. Although there were a few ripples in his heart, he was able to suppress them in the end. Only Hu Pao couldn't calm down at all. His gaze was cold as he scanned the demon soldiers that passed by. Not only was Wang Lin's expression calm, but his heart was as calm as water. He wasn't in a rush to deal with this place, but to observe. Although he had been cultivating, his divine sense had silently observed these 10,000 people. Every 1,000-man platoon had a leader. Most of the 10 leaders were Sima Yan's trusted aides. As for the 6 demon soldiers in the restaurant that day, although their cultivation bases were ordinary, they were clearly people with prestige in the army. The reason he didn't immediately act was because he had a very deep understanding of the demon soldiers and the laws of the demon spirit land. This understanding came from the memories of Liu Yun's ancestor. The 9 countries of the demon spirit land followed military law, which was very different from the cultivation world. Unless one's cultivation was heaven-defying and could fight against the demon emperor, one had to follow the military law if one wanted to borrow the power of the demon spirit land. Any outsider that entered the demon spirit land would first integrate into the 9 countries and gain military power. Only then would they be able to gain a foothold here. Otherwise, if they were alone and met an opponent with tens of thousands of demon soldiers, there would be no need to fight at all. Although the cultivation levels of these demon soldiers weren't high, there were some experts among them. In addition, these demon soldiers were good at formations. They used all kinds of strange formations to kill their enemies, and they often caught them off guard. What's more, if one killed too many demon soldiers, it would draw out the powerful generals of the countries. At that time, a lone cultivator wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in the country. The only way was to quickly escape to another country. However, if one followed the rules, they would have to escape from one country to the next. In the end, they would be unable to move an inch in the demon spirit land. The only way was to find a place to go into closed-door cultivation. But as a result, they wouldn't be able to get any military merits and would lose the chance to fuse with an ancient demon. All of this caused all the cultivators that entered the demon spirit land to find ways to obtain positions in the various countries. As a result, they had to follow the military law, or else they would lose everything. Wang Lin was very clear about this. If he acted without reason, it would be hard to avoid killing during the reorganization. Also, once these demon soldiers recognized one person, even if he tried to kill that person, it wouldn't solve the problem. In the end, he could only break the military law and fail the reorganization, so he could only give up. Many powerful cultivators failed at this checkpoint. After all, after thousands of people entered and went through a series of eliminations, only a small portion of them could truly gain a foothold. Some of the cultivators were more irritable and would directly attack demon soldiers that didn't listen to their orders. However, compared to the demon soldiers of the 9 countries, cultivators were, after all, outsiders. The demon emperors of the 9 countries wouldn't favor these outsiders, so when an outsider obtained a position, there would be an additional military law. If one person didn't listen, it would be that person's responsibility, but if 10 people didn't listen, it would be the general's responsibility. The meaning of 10 was very wide. It could be said to be a team of 10 people, or it could be said to have 10 people individually or in total, constantly giving orders. That's why Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. He was like a hunter. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to reorganize everything once he made his move. Time passed quickly. Wang Lin had been meditating on the empty ground for 3 days. During this time, San remained calm. 2 days ago, Wang Lin gave him a jade slip and told him to memorize the contents inside. He had been memorizing it for the past few days. However, Hu Pao became more and more irritable. Over the past 3 days, more and more demon soldiers ignored Wang Lin and company. In their eyes, this new commander was really insignificant. But Sima Yan's vigilance grew higher and higher. He still felt like something was off. This new commander was completely out of his expectations. During these 3 days, not only did he not interfere with the affairs of the camp, he didn't even say a single word. He just sat there cross-legged, as if he had returned to silence. If one of his attendants was angry and irritated, with killing intent in their eyes, then Sima Yan would be even more cautious. He wasn't afraid of them attacking him. He wasn't afraid of them getting angry, and he wasn't afraid of them interfering with the affairs of the camp. He had ways to embarrass them or even kick them out of this place. What he was truly afraid of was this unfathomable silence. Just what is the new lieutenant commander thinking? Sima Yan was currently in his room, and sitting in front of him were 8 people. These 8 people were the lieutenant commanders. Lord Commander, Su Yu and Zhou Kai rarely interact with us. They didn't come to participate in Lord Commander's gathering. What do you think? Among the 8, a burly bald man sitting to the side said in a deep voice. This person wore black armor and gave off a dignified aura. There was a scorpion totem on his bald head. This scorpion looked extremely strange. At first glance, it looked like it was alive, and it made people feel uneasy. Sima Yan rubbed his forehead. These 3 days felt like years to him. The more silent Wang Lin became, the more he felt a strong sense of danger. We'll talk about them later. Today, I gathered all of you here because I want to hear what you think about this new commander. We're all on the same side, so you can speak your mind. Sima Yan said in a low voice. Tomorrow, there would be a little girl who would earnestly write everything down to make everyone happy. Chapter 549. What opinion can there be? This person is just trash. There's no need to bother with him. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with disdain. He looked down on this new commander from the bottom of his heart. More accurately speaking, he did not place any outsiders in his eyes. Commander Sun's words are wrong. This new commander should be someone with deep schemes. For him to be able to remain unperturbed over the past few days, he is definitely not an ordinary person. A white-haired old man, sitting below Sima Yan, said in a deep voice. Although this person was old, the black armor on his body made him look old but firm. Captain Sun snorted and said with dissatisfaction, "You are making too much of a fuss over nothing." Many people discussed Wang Lin's opinion, but in the end, no one came to a unanimous decision. Sima Yin rubbed his forehead and said, "All right, all of you remember not to provoke this person. As time passes, I don't believe he will remain as calm as water. As long as he takes the initiative to attack, we will have a way to deal with him." Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had already been meditating in the camp for half a month. During this half a month, he did not do anything. Every day, he would close his eyes and cultivate. This camp seemed to have become his cultivation ground. Sure San's mentality finally reached a calm state as he cultivated with Wang Lin. However, the anger in Hu Pao's heart was gradually increasing. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some misgivings, he would have already taken out his soul flag to fight. Wang Lin's silence made the tens of thousands of demon soldiers look at him with even more disdain. Wang Lin turned a deaf ear to all of this. On this day, in the barracks, the group led by Captain Sun passed by where Wang Lin was cultivating. Captain Sun didn't hide his contempt and disdain. He looked down on this new commander from the bottom of his heart. When he passed by, he couldn't help but spit on Wang Lin and arrogantly said, "Trash." When the demon soldiers saw their leader's actions and words, they immediately burst into laughter. Their laughter was filled with disdain. The moment the saliva hit the ground, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, and his voice was even calmer. "Captain Sun, what did you say?" Captain Sun was startled. This was the first time in half a month that Wang Lin had spoken. He sneered in his heart and said disdainfully, "I just said the word trash." His tone was arrogant, but before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly, and a thought-provoking smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His right hand moved like lightning, and as he made a grabbing motion, an invisible force immediately appeared in the surroundings. Captain Sun's body was immediately bound by this invisible force. Without any hesitation, he was directly grabbed from a distance away. Captain Sun's expression changed. He wanted to struggle, but no matter how much he struggled, even though he released demonic spiritual energy, the invisible force that bound his body didn't loosen at all. Instead, it became tighter and tighter. His body immediately landed on Wang Lin's right hand, and his neck was grabbed by Wang Lin. The blood on his face condensed and turned red. At this moment, the hand on his neck was like the door of death, and it trapped him inside. Even so, he still glared at Wang Lin. He didn't believe that Wang Lin would dare to kill him, but he felt dread toward Wang Lin's cultivation. The moment Wang Lin attacked, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Even Commander Sima couldn't have this kind of cultivation. Seeing their leader being captured, the 1,000 black armor demon soldiers immediately charged toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he softly said, "Sure San, read the 8th law of the Sky Demon Country." Sure San had been memorizing the contents of the jade for the past few days. When he heard Wang Lin's question, he immediately said, "Those who offend their superiors will be beheaded." Captain Sun's body trembled, and he had a bad feeling. He was about to struggle to speak, but Wang Lin's hand was on his neck, making it impossible for him to speak. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he revealed a grim smile. His right hand suddenly exerted force, and the captain didn't even get a chance to make a sound before his neck was crushed by Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin's celestial spiritual energy entered the captain's body like crazy and instantly destroyed all of his cultivation. Even at the moment of his death, Captain Sun's eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't think the new commander would dare to kill him. After grabbing this person's body, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Strands of demonic energy came out of the person's body and were absorbed by Wang Lin. All of this happened very quickly. The moment Sure San finished speaking, Wang Lin killed this person without any hesitation. At this moment, all of the demon soldiers that were charging at Wang Lin suddenly stopped. Their eyes were filled with anger, and some of the smarter ones immediately changed the way they looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin casually threw Captain Sun's body and coldly looked at the demon soldiers before him. He didn't say a word. The corpse landed in front of the demon soldiers with a thud. The demon soldiers, who had been personally led by Captain Sun, stared into the eyes of Captain Sun, who had died with a grievance. The anger in their hearts was ignited. Among the demon soldiers, someone immediately roared, "Brothers, get revenge for the commander!" The moment this was said, more than half of the demon soldiers also roared and charged forward without any hesitation. They all released their demonic energy. In their eyes, Wang Lin was their enemy. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger as he softly said, "Offending your superior." He revealed a grim smile, but he didn't get up. Instead, he slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and a ray of sword energy shot out. At the same time, the half-moon blade followed closely behind and charged into the group of demon soldiers. Screams of agony echoed in the air. The celestial sword's sword light dealt with these demon soldiers whose cultivation level was around the core formation stage. As for the curved saber, with a flash, a demon soldier's head fell to the ground. The chaos here was immediately seen by the demon soldiers of the other squads in the barracks, and they all looked at their respective squads. The remaining 9 squads in the barracks immediately rushed over, and behind them, the demon soldiers followed closely. Among the 9 commanders, someone immediately roared, "Stop!" 50 kilometers wasn't far to begin with. Before long, dust was kicked up as the 9,000 demon soldiers closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at them. He spread out his arms, and the celestial and demonic spiritual energy in his body formed a vortex. The demonic spiritual energy of the hundreds of demon soldiers killed by the celestial sword and curved blade flew toward Wang Lin and was absorbed into his body. The demonic spiritual energy was very rich, and it formed a vortex with Wang Lin at the center. When the 9,000 demon soldiers closed in, Wang Lin absorbed all of the demonic spiritual energy. Then he pointed at the void, and the celestial sword and half-moon blade returned. They hovered above his head and let out a series of hymns. In just a short period of time, more than half of the 1,000 demon soldiers led by the Sun family had died. The remaining people all retreated. The anger in their eyes dissipated and was replaced by boundless killing intent and a trace of fear that was hidden very deep within their hearts. The 9 commanders were all wearing black armor as they closed in on Wang Lin. Their gazes immediately landed on the corpse of Commander Sunday. The 9 demon soldiers spread out and surrounded Wang Lin. Dense killing intent filled the area. They didn't just surround him, they formed a formation. The killing intent of this formation was directed toward Wang Lin. San and Hu Pao immediately stood up. Their eyes were cold, especially Hu Pao. He licked his lips, took out all the soul flags, and coldly looked around. Wang Lin was still sitting on the ground. Even when he was killing the demon soldiers, he didn't stand up. At this moment, even though he was surrounded by 9,000 demon soldiers, his expression was still the same as before. He said calmly, "Are you all going to offend your superiors?" The 9 captains all felt a chill in their hearts. The demon soldiers' blood on the ground hadn't even dried yet, and the severed arms and heads were on the ground. All of this caused their impression of Wang Lin to completely change, especially when they heard what the other party said. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. At this moment, an enraged roar resounded from afar. Sima Yin was like a raging gust of wind rushing over. He leaped over countless demon soldiers and almost instantly arrived before Qin Wentian. When he saw the bloodstains on the ground, his expression instantly turned as dark as water. He had been meditating just now, and when he sensed that there was chaos in the camp, he immediately stopped cultivating. However, he didn't show himself. Instead, he used a secret technique to inform the steward of the army. Only after Wang Lin was surrounded did he walk out. "Commander, no matter what the reason is, after you killed Commander Sun, you slaughtered the demon soldiers under your command. I will not let this matter rest," Sima Yin said in a serious tone. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he faintly smiled and said, Sure San, Sky Demon Country's military rule. Sure San's rule. Read it. Sure San immediately said, anyone who dares to surround the camp must retreat within 30 breaths of time. If they don't retreat, they will be beheaded. Sky Demon Country's military rule. Second rule. Read it. Anyone who dares to use a Zhu Xian level formation without permission must disperse within 20 breaths of time. Otherwise, it will be considered a major crime. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but Sima Yan's expression became even more gloomy. He immediately understood that the reason this person hadn't done anything in the past half-month was because he was waiting. He was waiting for an opportunity to make everyone die. 3 of the 9 commanders immediately retreated. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They didn't want to participate in this kind of battle for the position of commander. Sure San time. Wang Lin closed his eyes and no longer looked at Sima Yan. Sure San's eyes were calm as he slowly said, Sure San's time has passed. 16, 15, 14, Sure San. Chapter 550. Scatter. Sima Yan roared while gritting his teeth. His words were like an order in the camp. The surrounding 9,000 demon soldiers immediately scattered. As a result, the encirclement was broken, and the formation no longer existed. Just at this moment, there was a flash of blood light in the center of the camp, and the thin figure of the steward slowly appeared. He wasn't alone. Behind him was an old man wearing linen. This old man's hair flowed in the wind, and as he stood there, everything around him seemed to move with him. The moment the old man appeared, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the demon soldiers and landed on the old man. The old man's eyes also narrowed as he looked at Wang Lin. The moment their gazes met, Wang Lin was startled, but he immediately returned to normal. He saw 4 seals in the old man's body. The old man's body also trembled and his eyes lit up. He was extremely shocked. One glance from the old man had almost caused the seals in his body to collapse. After the steward appeared, he immediately took a step forward and appeared a few hundred feet away from Wang Lin. The old man did the same. The steward's thin face didn't change at all when he saw the wreckage on the ground. Adjunct Lord, the commander killed Commander Sun for no reason and even killed 500 demon soldiers. Everyone saw this with their own eyes. Sima Yan immediately said. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a piece of jade flew out and was caught by the steward. He looked at it and injected demonic spiritual energy into it. Suddenly, images appeared in his mind. These images were the beginning and the end of everything. The steward looked at Wang Lin meaningfully. The contempt he had for Wang Lin disappeared and was replaced with a desire to befriend him. Wang Lin's actions gave him the upper hand, so he was basically invincible. He revealed a smile and said, Commander Wang, sorry to disturb you. I will report this matter to the demon general. This is how those who offend their superiors should be treated. As he spoke, he cupped his fists towards Wang Lin and left with a smile. The old man next to him also cupped his fists at Wang Lin and said, Wang Lin, I'm very grateful to you. Commander Wang's cultivation is shocking. I'm impressed. After the two left, Sima Yan was silent for a long time before respectfully saying to Wang Lin, This general was rash in this matter. I hope that commander will not take offense. As soon as he said this, a strange light appeared in the eyes of a few of the captains. One of them hesitated for a moment before he respectfully said to Wang Lin, This subordinate was also reckless in this matter. Then, all the leaders said the same thing. The outcome of this matter had been decided from the very beginning. None of the people present were fools. By now, they had all seen through Wang Lin's methods. It was fine if this new commander did not make a move, but once he did, it would be like a bolt of thunder. If this internal strife continued, what happened to Captain Sun might happen again one day. Furthermore, looking at this person's cultivation, even if Sima Yan were to make a move, he would not be able to win. As a result, there were many people who were willing to compromise. Wang Lin stood up and pressed his right hand against the ground. Instantly, a loud rumble came from the ground of the entire camp. It was as if an earth dragon was moving. In that instant, the ground of the entire camp sank by an inch. The extra soil was like a spring under Wang Lin's feet and quickly rose into the air. Dust flew everywhere, as if it was covering the sky and earth. Almost in the blink of an eye, a majestic pavilion built from mud and stone suddenly stood on the ground. It was a two-story building. Although it was monotonous in color, it had a dignified air about it. With just a wave of his hand, he had shaved off an inch of land from the camp and turned it into a building. This kind of method not only shocked Sima Yin and the others, but it also shocked the 9,000 demon soldiers. "All of you leave," Wang Lin said calmly before turning around and walking into the building. Shan followed closely behind. As for Hu Si, he looked at everyone with a cold smile before turning around and following behind. He felt extremely good in his heart. The pressure he had been suppressing for half a month had finally been released today. His respect for Wang Lin was even deeper. After Wang Lin and the others entered the building, Sima Yin clenched his fists and left without saying a word. As for the 9 leaders, they looked at each other and made up their minds to leave. From that day onwards, of the 8 captains who had been in close contact with Sima Yin, aside from the one named Sun who died, only 3 of them continued to maintain close contact with him. The other 4 gradually distanced themselves from Sima Yin. From this day onward, Wang Lin's figure gradually became clear in the hearts of all the demon soldiers in the camp. Since Wang Lin became the commander, he hadn't issued a single order, but his dignity was gradually established under the price of blood. There were 16 military camps in Demon Warning City, and all of them had black armor as their symbol. However, there were some minor differences. At this moment, in the 3rd military camp, Yao Shishue was sitting cross-legged in a room, quietly meditating. Late at night, Yao Shishue opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. There was a purple light coming from the demonic moon outside the window. Tonight was the Demon Spirit Land's once-a-year Purple Demon Ascension. Rumor has it that when the Purple Demon Ascension occurs, it is the moment the heavens and earth connect. As for the specifics, no one knew. This rumor was passed down from ancient times, and no one could explain it clearly. She took a deep breath and stood up. She spread out her divine sense and touched her bag of holding. A red compass immediately appeared in her hand. Looking at the compass, she revealed a look of hesitation. "I've already been to that place 3 times, but each time I stop at the same place. Daddy once said that to enter that place, my cultivation level must be at the ascendant stage. If I follow the plan Daddy gave me, I'll absorb enough demonic energy here to reach the ascendant stage. With the help of the Blood Soul pill, I have an 80% chance of success. But during this tide, that token actually appeared." Yao Shishue slightly frowned as she held the compass and began to ponder. That place was something Father Tian Yunzi and company found out about when they entered the Demon Spirit Land. At that time, he didn't have time to investigate, so he went to the Tide Abyss with Tian Yunzi and company. According to his analysis over the years, Six Might is confident that place is real. "Forget it, I'll go again. If I still can't enter, then I'll have to wait until I reach the ascendant stage. After all, I used up 3 of the Blood Soul pills Father refined 3 times, so now I only have 6 left. I still have a long time to stay here, so I can't waste them all. 1 Blood Soul pill is a chance to revive." Yao Shishue's eyes revealed a decisive gaze. She was already a very beautiful person, and now that her eyes were filled with determination, she gave off a different kind of heroic aura. It was very moving. She gently placed the compass on the ground. Then her right hand touched her bag of holding once more. A wax pill immediately appeared in her hand. There were rows of fine runes on the white wax pill. These runes slowly flashed as if they were breathing and the frequency of a heartbeat. It was very strange. Yao Shishue took a deep breath and crushed the wax pill. At the moment the wax pill shattered, a drop of blue blood floated out. What was sealed inside the wax pill was this blue blood. She didn't hesitate. She bit the tip of her finger and squeezed out her blood, which turned into a complicated rune in the air. Once the rune appeared, it immediately fused with the blue blood. After a while, Yao Shishue suddenly grabbed the rune and pressed it against the spot between her eyebrows. A hint of pain appeared on her face, and after a long time, the pain gradually faded. She gasped for breath and raised her finger. The rune came out from between her eyebrows and turned back into the drop of blue blood. She swung her right hand, and the blue blood instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, she gritted her teeth and stepped on the feng shui compass on the floor. A gentle light shone, and a large amount of runic symbols appeared on the feng shui compass. They circled around and filled the entire room. All of this lasted for 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths of time, Yao Shishua disappeared along with the compass. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin's life was no different than before. He spent the entire day cultivating and rarely left his room. He gradually refined the demonic spiritual energy in his body into celestial spiritual energy, steadily increasing his cultivation level and stepping toward the late stage of soul transformation. There is a very accurate law in the world. The reason why the emperors of the mortal world are so dignified and respected by countless officials is because of distance and mystery. In the eyes of the officials, the high and mighty emperors are unreachable and their thoughts are unfathomable. This is why they are dignified. At this moment, Wang Lin was like this in the Black Armor Army. He rarely showed his face, but his majesty, day by day, unknowingly completely suppressed Sima Yin, who often showed his face. During these few months, Hu Pao was like a fish in water in the army camp. His personality was always cheerful. Although there were some conflicts before, as time passed, those conflicts gradually dissipated. He interacted more and more with the captains in the army camp. In particular, there was a leader called Su Yu. She was a woman. The moment Hu Pao saw her, he was shocked. From then on, he was extremely attentive. On the other hand, Shursan sat outside the pavilion all day like a door god. He was indifferent to everyone other than Wang Lin. Several months later, in the 3rd army camp, inside Yao Shishue's room, a ray of blue light came out from the void and turned into blue runes. These runes quickly rotated, and at the center of the runes was a drop of blue blood that seemed to be boiling. Gradually, the boiling became more and more intense. Finally, the drop of blue blood became several times larger and formed a giant blue ball of blood. The surrounding runes rotated even faster. After a while, all of the runes stopped as if they were being summoned. They all flew toward the giant blue ball of blood and fused with it. When the last rune fused with it, the blue ball of blood immediately shrank. It didn't shrink completely, but as it shrank, it formed a beautiful body. This process didn't take long. After about 5 breaths of time, it was over. The blue orb of blood disappeared, and in its place was a naked woman. This woman was extremely beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous in all the right places. Her breathtaking curves were even more perfect. She was Yao Shishue. I failed again. If I didn't have this blood soul pill, I would have died 4 times. But this time, I've broken through more than half of it. If there's someone helping me from the side, I'll definitely succeed. Yao Shishue opened her eyes and sighed to herself. However, her eyes immediately narrowed and she began to ponder. If someone helped me. Wang Lin. Chapter 551. In ancient demon city, aside from me, there are 2 other cultivators. One of them is only at the early stage of soul transformation, so he won't be able to help. Only this Wang Lin was able to block the demon general's 7 collapse fist intent, so his cultivation is enough. However, this person's heart is cold, so if there's no reward, it will be difficult for him to help me. Yao Shishua pondered for a moment before casually waving her right hand in front of her. Her originally naked body was immediately hidden by bursts of light within her white clothes. Time passed. Wang Lin was still cultivating inside the barracks. After absorbing the demonic energy of the 500 demon soldiers and Captain Sun, the amount of demonic energy in his body had reached nearly 1,000 units. With nearly 1,000 units of demonic energy, the speed at which he absorbed the demonic energy here was several times faster than before. Wang Lin didn't care about anything in the barracks at all. He used all his time to absorb demonic energy in preparation for breaking through to the late stage of soul transformation. On this day, while Wang Lin was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes and his expression changed. Wang Daoyu, today at the third hour of the night, on top of the drum mountain, 500 kilometers away from the barracks, Yao Shishue. Yao Shishue's voice was like smoke that echoed inside Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin pondered a bit. After a while, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. At the third hour of the night, on top of the drum mountain, 500 kilometers away from the barracks, Yao Shishue stood at the top of the mountain in a white dress and quietly waited. Time slowly passed until the sun appeared, but Wang Lin still hadn't appeared. Yao Shishue's expression was cold as she let out a cold snort. Her body turned into a ray of white light and flew toward the barracks where Wang Lin was. Soon, she arrived outside the barracks and immediately teleported inside. The barracks formation was very useful to her. After all, she was one of the commanders. After entering the army camp, they were currently in the middle of a public square. Under the leadership of the captain, they were conducting a spell formation drill, which immediately attracted the attention of all the demon soldiers. Without any movements, many demon soldiers followed behind Yao Shishue. She flew at an extremely fast speed towards Wang Lin's loft. Outside the loft, Shursan suddenly opened his eyes and immediately stood up. He looked coldly at Yao Shishue, who was flying towards him. "Halt!" Shursan bellowed. Yao Shishue harumphed coldly. Not only did she not stop, she even increased her speed as she approached the pavilion. At this moment, the captains on the square charged toward the pagoda like lightning without any hesitation. Behind them, the demon soldiers unleashed their demonic auras and followed closely behind. Seeing Yao Shishue approaching, Shursan let out a roar. He took a step forward, clenched his right hand into a fist, and threw a punch. Yao Shishue didn't even look at Shursan. She pointed at the air with her right hand, and a blood-red light immediately appeared, covering Shursan's body like a bloody robe. Shursan's body stopped and became completely still like a statue. Below the pagoda, Yao Shishue was about to enter. At this moment, the surrounding 9,000 demon soldiers charged over like tens of thousands of galloping horses. One of the captains immediately shouted, "Commander Yao, stop!" Yao Shishue's face was filled with killing intent. She waved her jade-like hand, and a blood-red light immediately appeared. The area within a 100-meter radius was instantly covered by the blood-red light. The demon soldiers outside the 100-meter radius were immediately stopped, unable to enter. "I have a private matter to discuss with your commander, Wang. Don't get involved," Yao Shishue coldly said as she walked toward the pagoda. The moment she walked into the pagoda, a cool breeze came from the pagoda and landed on Yao Shishue's body. Her expression suddenly changed, and the blood-red light around her body suddenly flickered. After the cool breeze passed, the blood-red light gradually disappeared. Shursan's body was also touched by the cool breeze. He immediately trembled and regained his ability to move. Wang Lin's voice echoed in his ears. After hearing Wang Lin's secret message, Shursan didn't even look at Yao Shishue. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and remained silent. Fellow cultivator, Yao seems to have quite a temper. Wang Lin's voice came from inside the pagoda. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Yao Shishue's face was still cold. She let out a snort and said, "My temper can't compare to Wang Daoyu's arrogance." With that, she took 3 steps forward, opened the door to the pagoda, and walked in. The windows of the pagoda were sealed shut, and it was completely dark inside. The moment the door was opened, the bright sunlight fell into the pagoda, forming a shadow on the ground. Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged in the shadow at the end of the pagoda. It was impossible to see his expression. After entering this place, if you haven't done anything to tempt Wang, then don't blame Wang for not showing mercy to the fair sex. Wang Lin's voice was extremely cold. He was at a critical moment in his cultivation. He originally planned to quietly go into closed-door cultivation for a few months to refine the demonic energy in his body to reach the late stage of soul transformation. Now that someone had broken into his pagoda and interrupted his cultivation, he naturally wouldn't give them any face. Yao Shishue coldly said, "I asked you to meet me at the Drum Mountain. Why didn't you go?" Why should I go? Wang Lin frowned. He had only met this woman twice. Even this time, it was only the third time. Yao Shishue was startled. She was angry before, so she directly came to find him, but at this moment, she was asked by Wang Lin, so she couldn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Yao Shishue bowed slightly and said softly, I was reckless in this matter. Wang Daoyu, please don't take offense. It's just that I need Wang Daoyu's help with something, so I took the risk to come here. What is it? Wang Lin's words were short. He didn't want to talk to this person. Right now was the critical moment of refining the demonic energy. Yao Shishue pointed her right hand in the void, and the door of the pagoda closed automatically. At the same time, a blood-red light shrouded the entire pagoda. This matter is extremely secretive, so I have to be careful. Wang Daoyu, please don't mind me. Yao Shishue had a favor to ask, so she had to suppress her anger. It's fine, Wang Lin said calmly. There is a forbidden formation that I can't break on my own, so I need Wang Daoyu's help. Once the formation is broken, I will reward you handsomely, Yao Shishue said after pondering for a while. Wang Lin fell silent for a moment before he slowly said, Wang Daoyu has something important to do. I can't help you, fellow cultivator Yao. Please forgive me. Not to mention that he really didn't have the time. Even if he did, he wouldn't agree so easily. After all, he didn't have any dealings with this person, and if the person's cultivation couldn't break the formation, Wang Lin didn't think that he could break it with his help. Also, the most important thing was that this person's words weren't true. It was obvious that he was hiding a lot of things. As a result, Wang Lin wouldn't help, nor was he obligated to help. Before Yao Shishue decided to find Wang Lin, she already knew that he wouldn't be willing to help, so she wasn't discouraged and said, Wang Daoyu is at the mid-stage of soul transformation. If he wants to reach the late stage of soul transformation, he will need a lot of celestial jades. If he wants to reach the ascendant stage, the amount of celestial jades he will need is unimaginable. This is only secondary. During the 500 years in the demon spirit land, fellow cultivator will need a large amount of celestial jades to prepare for frequent consumption. As a result, celestial jades are something that fellow cultivator must obtain. I wonder if fellow cultivator has enough celestial jades? If not, then I can provide them. Wang Lin opened his eyes and saw two moon-like lights flashing in the shadow where he was sitting. He looked at Yao Shishue and slowly asked, How much can you provide? Yao Shishue revealed a smile. She wasn't afraid of Wang Lin asking for too much. She was afraid that Wang Lin wouldn't be tempted. Since he had asked, she was confident that she could satisfy him. Yao Shishue calmly said, I can provide fellow cultivator with enough celestial jades to reach the early stage of ascendant. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Yao Shishue's words had indeed tempted him. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough celestial jades, he would have already reached the late stage of soul transformation and wouldn't have to absorb the demonic spiritual energy he had worked so hard to gather. It was just as the old man had said. Although Wang Lin's current amount of celestial jades wasn't far from reaching the late stage of soul transformation, if he were to use them all, he would be at a disadvantage if he was injured or lost any celestial spiritual energy. He had considered this problem before, so until now, he hadn't absorbed the celestial spiritual energy from the celestial jades. Instead, he had accumulated demonic spiritual energy and transformed it. He had saved the celestial jades for last. Wang Lin had already made up his mind that once he reaches the late stage of soul transformation and reaches the peak of the late stage of the nascent soul stage, he will take the demon soldiers and rob all the cultivators he meets to collect celestial jades. How about it? If Wang Daoyu agrees, then I can give you the celestial jades you need to reach the late stage of soul transformation. As for the rest, I'll give it to you as soon as I return. Yao Shishue immediately said. Wang Lin pondered for a long time and then asked, What kind of restriction is that? I don't know the name of the formation, but once it is activated, a wheel will appear. There are 18 seals inside, and I can only break the 11th one. With your help, I believe I should be able to break them all. Most of what Yao Shishue said was true, But there was one thing she didn't say. Although she didn't know the name of the formation, she knew that once you break it, you will be separated from life and death. If you break it, you will live, and if you fail, you'll die. She had failed 4 times, which meant she had died 4 times. She had used up 4 extremely precious blood soul pills that her father, the blood ancestor, had risked his life to obtain. Only San had one of these pills. Most of them were in Yao Shishue's hands. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before his eyes narrowed, and he asked, "Where is this formation?" Yao Shishue pondered a bit and said, "Before Wang Daoyu agrees, I can't say more. I can tell fellow cultivator that this formation requires a special treasure to enter. Aside from me, no one else should be able to enter. This woman is hiding a lot from me, but celestial jades are very important to me. If I have enough celestial jades, I'm confident I can reach the late stage of soul transformation in a short period of time. Although I also need to comprehend the heavens to reach the ascendant stage. With celestial jades, I won't have to worry about that. However, I can't easily agree. I want to see where her bottom line is." Wang Lin pondered a bit and shook his head. "I need to consider this matter. I'll give fellow cultivator an answer in 4 months. Today, 3 a.m. Seeking votes, seeking motivation. Chapter 552. Yao Shishue furrowed her brows. She felt that she was already extremely sincere. She had already said everything that needed to be said, and the reward she offered was also extremely generous. She even forcefully suppressed her temper in order to obtain the other party's help. However, right now, this Wang Lin kept evading, which made her feel a bit impatient. However, without this person's help, she would have to wait until she reached the ascendant stage to break the restriction. Although she didn't lack celestial jades, she still hadn't made any progress in comprehending the heavens. Comprehending the heavens Tao could take a long or short amount of time, so no one knew when she would comprehend it. Also, this matter couldn't be allowed to be known by the natives here, or else it would cause a catastrophe. After thinking about it, she felt that only this Wang Lin was the most suitable candidate. In particular, after Wang Lin entered the demonic path and battled the demon general, she, who had personally witnessed Wang Lin's strength, was even more certain that with his help, she would be able to break the remaining restrictions. Yao Shishue looked at Wang Lin and pondered a bit. With her cunning, she recalled Wang Lin's words from before and somewhat understood what he meant. These 4 months were just a bargaining chip for him to get more revenge. There was a flash of contempt in her heart, so her tone naturally became cold as she said, "What else do you want? More celestial jades? Magical treasures? Cultivation methods?" Wang Lin didn't mind her tone at all and calmly said, "Wang doesn't lack magical treasures or cultivation methods. Celestial jades that can be converted into more are naturally the best." The contempt in Yao Shishue's heart became even stronger, and she said, "There are a lot of celestial jades in my father's blood ancestor's cave. I'll give you a blood token. Once you leave this demon spirit land, you can go get it yourself." Wang Lin nodded and said, "That's fine, but this matter is very dangerous, so I still need to consider it." Yao Shishue's expression suddenly became cold, and she coldly said, "How long do you need to consider?" Wang Lin calmly said, 3 months. "You." Yao Shishue flew into a rage. With a flick of her sleeve, the door to the loft immediately opened. She turned around and walked out with a cold expression. "I won't be sending you off," Wang Lin said calmly. Yao Shishue took half a step out of the pavilion. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. She touched her bag of holding and took out a wax pellet. She turned to look at Wang Lin, her eyes filled with coldness. "I'll give this to you. Leave with me in 3 days. If you don't agree, then I'll drop the matter." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the wax pellet in Yao Shishue's hand. This item looked extremely ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, as Wang Lin looked at it, he immediately discovered rows of fine runes on the surface of the wax pellet. These runes flickered strangely, unexpectedly matching the frequency of Yao Shishue's breathing and heartbeat. "What is this?" Wang Lin asked in a deep voice. Yao Shishue didn't hide the contempt in her eyes and said, You don't even know about this item? No wonder you just became Tian Yunzi's disciple. This item is unique to my father, the Blood Ancestor. It is called the Blood Soul Pill. Blood Soul Pill. This was the first time Wang Lin had heard of this pill, but his expression didn't change at all. He didn't know that if the other cultivators on planet Tianyun heard of this pill, they would go crazy. The value of this pill was impossible to estimate. This pill is called the Blood Soul Pill. It is not a delicacy, but it leaves an imprint on your origin soul and flesh. Even if your origin soul is destroyed, you can revive once. To be more accurate, this pill can replace death. Yao Shishue's voice was cold. Wang Lin's expression finally changed. He waved his right hand, and the pill left Yao Shishue's hand and landed in his. Yao Shishue already knew that he would personally check it, so she didn't stop him. She let the pill leave her hand. She looked at Wang Lin's expression and sneered in her heart. Although this pill was also a blood soul pill, it was a waste pill. It was a blood soul pill that his father had created to prevent others from seizing it, and it did indeed contain blue blood within it. However, there were too many impurities and toxins within the composition of the blood. Besides him and his daughter, no one else was able to distinguish the authenticity of the pill. As a result, there was no need to fear anyone stealing it. If he placed all his hopes on a waste pill, then he would be throwing away half of his life. Wang Lin held the wax pill and immediately noticed that the frequency of the runes on the wax pill suddenly changed to match his own heartbeat. It was obvious that the person who held this pill would have a different frequency. Holding the pill, Wang Lin suddenly felt like his blood was connected to it. It was as if this pill was a part of his body. This feeling was extremely strong. Wang Lin took a deep breath, looked up at Yao Shishue, and said, "Give me the celestial jades." Yao Shishue didn't say anything. She took out a bag of holding and threw it forward. She said, "This is enough celestial jades for you to cultivate to the late stage of soul transformation. As for the rest, I'll give it to you when we return. 3 days later, when the purple demon rises, come find me at Mount Gu." Wang Lin pondered for a while. After a while, he slowly said, "Sure." Yao Shishue smiled and turned to leave. She wasn't afraid that Wang Lin would go back on his word after taking the item. She didn't care about the celestial jades, and she didn't care about the pill either. Wang Lin's gaze was still on Yao Shishue. It wasn't until she disappeared into the distance that he withdrew his gaze and began to ponder. This woman is quite carefree. She's not afraid that I'll go back on my word. However, carefree people must have their reasons. I'm afraid that this woman doesn't care about celestial jades at all. To give away such a large amount of celestial jades means that her father, the Blood Ancestor, has a lot of celestial jades. However, this blood soul pill is a bit strange. If this pill is really as effective as she said, there shouldn't be too many of them. They must be extremely precious, comparable to a real celestial spell. In order to get my help, she actually took out one. If I was her, even if I gave it to her, I would have tampered with it. Wang Lin let out a cold smile and muttered to himself, "I'm not sure." Yao Shishue, if you weren't so carefree, Wang would at most be suspicious, but now I'm certain that there is a problem with this blood soul pill. His eyes lit up as he touched his bag of holding, and a normal soul flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, Wang Lin shouted, "Chao Ido." A black fog immediately appeared in the soul scroll. As it filled the air, it turned into a person. This person was the guide that Wang Lin had found for him in Shizuku, Chao Ido. The moment Chao Ido appeared, he immediately prostrated on the ground and respectfully said, "Greetings, master." Wang Lin didn't waste time with him and directly asked, "Do you know about the Blood Ancestor?" After Chao Ido heard the words Blood Ancestor, his expression immediately changed. It took him a long time to recover, and he quickly said, "I know. The Blood Ancestor's name is known to all cultivators on planet Tianyun. Rumor has it that he challenged Tian Yunzi 7 times, and although he lost every time, his cultivation level became higher and higher. Rumor has it that he's the 3rd most powerful person on planet Tianyun after Tian Yunzi and Marquis Ling Tian. Although this is just a rumor, It shows how high his cultivation level is. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then asked, "Have you heard of the blood soul pill?" Blood soul pill. Chao Ito immediately became excited. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen this kind of excitement on him. Even when Wang Lin promised him a soul transformation body, Chao Ito wasn't this excited. "Master, this blood soul pill is one of the top 3 treasures on planet Tianyun. This pill can steal the fortune of the heavens and change one's fate. It can allow a cultivator to resurrect from the dead. This is something unique to the blood ancestor, and no one knows how he obtained it." Chao Ito was very excited and spoke a lot faster. Wang Lin opened his right hand. There was a wax pill in his palm, and there were demonic runes flashing on it. "Do you recognize this thing?" Chao Ito was startled as he carefully looked at the wax pill. After a while, his expression changed greatly, and he muttered to himself, "It is completely covered in white lizard beast wax and has 3,614 runes carved on it. It flashes according to the frequency of the person's heart. It feels like the flesh and blood of the person holding it. Master, am I right?" Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he nodded. Chao Ito suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly said, "Master, please drip a drop of blood on it." Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before biting the tip of his finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on the wax pill. The moment the blood dripped on the pill, a ray of blue light came from the wax pill. After 3 breaths of time, the blue light disappeared. The runes under the white lizard beast wax flashes, and the drop of blood appears. That's right, this is the blood soul pill. Chao Ito stared at the wax pill with a strong sense of greed in his eyes. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked at the wax pill and slowly said, "Chao Ito, with your cultivation level, how high was your status back at the sect on planet Tianyun?" Chao Ito acted as if he didn't hear Wang Lin's words. Everything he was thinking about was the blood soul pill. This pill was very important to him. He vaguely remembered the rumor that if a soul ate the blood soul pill, it could even form a new body. Seeing this person's expression, Wang Lin frowned and let out a cold snort. This snort entered Chao Ito's soul and made him feel as if cold water had been poured over his head. After hearing Wang Lin's question, he was startled and self-deprecatingly said, "My status wasn't high, or else I wouldn't have been arranged by Serene to be possessed by Shizuku." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he said, "If your status isn't high, then why do you know so much about the blood soul pill? You even know how to tell if it's real or fake." Chao Ito was startled once more and wryly smiled. "Master, almost everyone on planet Tianyun knows how to tell if it's real or fake. This method is not a secret." Wang Lin nodded. He waved the soul flag and put Chao Ito away. He looked at the blood soul pill in his hand, and his expression became even more gloomy. If this thing is so precious, then why is the method to tell if it's real or fake? I fear this is a scheme by someone with ulterior motives. The blood ancestor is indeed worthy of being an old monster that is cultivated for many years. With one move, he was able to resolve the crisis of having a treasure on him. If I were him, I would have done the same. Wang Lin squeezed the wax pill in his hand. His eyes were filled with clarity. 1 hour, and he only added 1 vote. How miserable. Chapter 553. With Chao Ito's status, it was strange that he knew how to identify the blood soul pill. Not to mention that he once said that almost every cultivator knew how to identify the blood soul pill. With this, Wang Lin could clearly conclude that all of this was part of the blood ancestor's plan, combining Yao Shishue's carefree attitude and Chao Ito's answer. I can confirm that there are real and fake blood soul pills. However, I'm afraid that apart from the blood ancestor's daughter, no one else knows how to tell the difference. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with wisdom. This pill is fake. A real pill can help a person regain their life. A fake pill should help a person die. Yao Shishue, since you are so vicious, don't blame Wang for being merciless. Wang Lin looked at the wax pill in his hand. He was about to crush it, but he had an idea and put it into his storage pouch. Wang Lin had been cultivating for hundreds of years. The reason he was able to survive until now and reach a level no weaker than Zhong Shintong was because of his scheming. When he was still at the core formation stage, the 8th Extreme Demon Lord had said that he was vicious, bold, decisive, and merciless. He was also brave, meticulous, determined, and as cunning as a fox. These words clearly pointed out what was in Wang Lin's heart. Just by looking at Yao Shishua's expression and Qiao Ido's ordinary words, he was able to come up with such an answer. Even among those cultivators who had lived for thousands of years, very few could do this. Only those old monsters who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and could see through everyone's hearts would be able to do this. It was just like back in Shizuku, when Wang Lin saw, through Lu Mei's thousand illusion, merciless path, through the different personalities of the 2 female disciples. Although the heavens didn't give Wang Lin the best cultivation talent, Wang Lin had gained wisdom through the years. These 7 blades contained karma, but they also contained the Tao of balance. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the bag of holding left behind by Yao Shishua flew into his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense. The celestial jades inside were enough for him to absorb until the late stage of soul transformation. 3 days. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Without a word, his left hand pressed down on the ground. There was a flash of black light, and he disappeared into the ground. Deep underground, Wang Lin sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was surrounded by the celestial jades from Yao Shishua's bag of holding. These celestial jades were being crazily absorbed by him and turned into jade dust. To reach the late stage of soul transformation required a large amount of celestial jades. Wang Lin didn't rest at all. He was completely focused on absorbing celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin didn't have time to absorb the celestial spiritual energy into his body. Instead, he used the structure of the demon crystal to accumulate celestial spiritual energy. He had studied demon crystals for a long time in the soul refining tribe, and knew their structure like the back of his hand. Since demon spiritual energy could be crystallized, then celestial spiritual energy could be crystallized as well. Before, he didn't want to waste celestial jades to try, but now he had enough celestial jades. Under Wang Lin's attempts, a large amount of celestial spiritual energy began to change. After a while, a celestial crystal that looked exactly like a demon crystal but emitted celestial spiritual energy condensed inside Wang Lin's body. The amount of celestial spiritual energy contained in this celestial crystal was equivalent to 1/10 of the celestial jades in Yao Shishua's bag of holding. He continued to absorb it. 3 days later, on another day, when the purple demon rose, Yao Shishua suddenly stood on top of the drum mountain 1,000 miles away from the army camp. The moonlight in the sky was filled with specks of purple. When the moonlight fell on the ground, it gave off a strange feeling. Yao Shishua looked into the distance with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. The time is almost up. Could it be that this person is going to go back on his word? Yao Shishua frowned. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over like lightning from the horizon. Yao Shishua's eyes lit up. The ray of light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived. After a brief pause, it landed on the top of the mountain and turned into Wang Lin. Like Yao Shishua, Wang Lin was also wearing a white robe. His hair fluttered in the wind, giving him a sense of elegance. You're right on time. I'm going to activate the formation to prevent anyone from noticing this place. As Yao Shishua spoke, she slapped her bag of holding and took out several blood-colored statues. These statues weren't large, only 3 inches tall. They were carved with ferocious beasts that Wang Lin had never seen before. A bloody aura slowly spread out from them. Yao Shishua formed a seal with her hands and muttered an incantation. She then bit the tip of her tongue and drew a rune in the air. With a slap, the rune immediately grew until it was 100 zhong wide and imprinted on the ground of the drum mountain. At the same time, the statues moved on their own, occupying 7 spots in the surroundings. Following a burst of blood-colored light, they merged into the ground. The moment the statues merged into the ground, a strange force suddenly appeared on the drum mountain. Wang Lin carefully looked at the rune. The rune was only a guide. The real thing was the 7 statues. This force was invisible. If Wang Lin wasn't within 100 zhang of it, he wouldn't be able to sense it. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and was shocked to find that he couldn't see himself. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen something like this in his entire life of cultivation. It was as if his divine sense was a foreign will that he could control, but no matter what he did, he couldn't find himself on the drum mountain. This scene was like a mortal looking into a mirror. He could see everything in the mirror, but he couldn't see himself in the mirror. There's no need to try. Only those with the cultivation of a martial will be able to sense this formation. Yao Shishue said coldly. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. He was extremely impressed by the formation and said, "Was this formation created by your father, the blood ancestor?" "That's right." As Yao Shishue spoke, she touched her storage bag and a blood-colored compass appeared in her hand. She calculated the location and placed it on the ground. She turned to Wang Lin and said, "Remember our agreement. When the purple demon's glow is at its peak, the compass will emit a bloody glow. There's only one danger, so you must follow closely behind me." Wang Lin nodded without saying anything. Yao Shishue pondered for a moment before saying, "When we return, I'll give you the rest of the immortal jades and the blood hall medallion. I'll also give you the correct method to use the blood soul pill." As he spoke, the purple intent of the demonic moon in the sky became even denser. It was like a heavenly dog swallowing the moon in the mortal world. The purple intent instantly filled the air, and, at this moment, it was as though the entire earth was covered in purple. The sky and the ground were covered in purple. At the same time, the compass on the ground immediately emitted a thick, bloody glow. The bloody glow was like a sharp sword piercing through the purple light. Although it was tiny compared to the purple glow, it was extremely tough. "Let's go." Yao Shishue let out a roar and immediately stepped forward, merging with the bloody glow. Wang Lin's eyes flickered with a cold light. He quickly followed behind Yao Shishue and entered the bloody glow. The instant the two of them entered, the blood-red light dissipated along with the compass on the ground. The purple glow on the ground gradually dissipated until it completely disappeared into the demonic moon. The purple demon's rise that occurred once every 6 months passed by once more. Wang Lin had experienced transfer arrays too many times, so he had a strong resistance to the discomfort inside. The moment he entered the bloody glow, he immediately noticed that it was a point-to-point transfer array. This meant that the location Yao Shishue mentioned had a transfer point set up by someone. As a result, as long as the transfer point was activated, one could enter from anywhere. However, it was obvious that the transfer array could only be done inside the demon spirit land. After a brief moment of discomfort, Wang Lin saw the bloody marks under his feet. They were moving like blood and formed a formation. Yao Shishue recovered half a breath slower than Wang Lin. After she recovered, the bloody marks under her feet had already disappeared. The trajectory of this formation is similar to the statue's formation, so it was clearly made by the same person. The blood ancestor is indeed not ordinary to be able to place a transfer array here. However, if I have time, I can also place a transfer array. Wang Lin calmly looked around. This was a place that seemed like a starry sky. There was no distinction between the sky and the earth. There were only pieces of resplendent starlight. Under the illumination of this light, one could clearly see the surroundings. There was a small path about 100 feet wide that led into the distance. There was no earth here, so this small path floated in the starry sky. It wasn't fixed, but there was a pattern to it. Wang Lin was standing on a platform about 1,000 feet wide. The formation was hidden on this platform. From Wang Lin's point of view, Yao Shishue had come here many times. She sat down on the platform and said to Wang Lin, "Focus and cultivate. Comprehend your domain and obtain the qualification mark. Only then can you step onto the path of a venerable beast." She didn't say much and closed her eyes to cultivate. Wang Lin looked around and walked forward. He stopped at the winding path in the distance and looked at it with rapt attention. With one look, Wang Lin's pupil shrank. What kind of path was this? It was clearly a dragon-like beast that was impossible to estimate. Thinking back to what Yao Shishua said, this beast was obviously a venerable beast. There is no record of this beast in Ancient God 2C's memories. If he didn't know about it, then it must have appeared after him. What kind of place is this for such a beast to appear? This place obviously didn't appear out of thin air. Someone must have set it up with a spell. Who could have a spell to use this beast's body as a path? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes lit up, and he pondered for a bit. He looked back at Yao Shishua and thought, I need to find a way to find out everything about this place from this woman. He pondered for a bit. He sat cross-legged on the platform and calmed his mind. Just as he was about to merge his domain with it, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind like lightning. Sent at midnight. Ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 554. Rumor has it that the demon spirit land was formed by a celestial emperor's cave. Could everything here have been arranged by that celestial emperor? Wang Lin pondered a bit. He looked around and no longer thought about this matter. He calmed his heart and began to comprehend his own domain. The life and death reincarnation cycle. Before Wang Lin entered the demon spirit land, he had already comprehended his domain. At this moment, his mind was immersed in his domain. It was as if his left hand was life and his right hand was death. What flowed between them was the eternal river of time. Although he was immersed in his domain, Wang Lin didn't let down his guard at all. He split off a portion of his divine sense to surround his body. If Yao Shishua made any moves, he would immediately notice. Wang Lin was very cunning. If he could split his divine sense, then Yao Shishua would naturally think of this as well. This was not a good time to make a move. While he was comprehending, the shadow of the life and death scroll gradually appeared inside Wang Lin's body. As he comprehended, Wang Lin gradually entered a state of emptiness. Everything around him was clearly displayed in his mind. He could vaguely sense a mysterious force descending from the sky and gathering on the platform. This power quietly gathered around Yao Shishua and rotated around her body. Wang Lin's mind moved, and he immediately placed all of his attention on the mysterious power. As the mysterious power circled around Yao Shishua, it quickly gathered between Yao Shishua's eyebrows. At this instant, a ray of golden light shined between Yao Shishua's eyebrows. After 3 breaths of time, the golden light dissipated and Yao Shishua opened her eyes. There were golden runes flashing in her eyes. These runes were formed by 3 strokes. Although they were complex, it was possible to see their trajectory. Yao Shishua's eyes contained the golden runes. When Wang Lin met her gaze, his heart trembled violently. It was as if lightning had flashed across his mind and thunder had exploded in his ears. He felt like he had met Tuo's son back then. At this moment, it was as if Yao Shishua was no longer a late-stage soul transformation cultivator, but a supreme celestial sovereign that he couldn't resist. This feeling was very strong. It was like a huge wave hitting Wang Lin. Even Tian Yunzi couldn't make Wang Lin's heart tremble like this. Wang Lin was greatly shaken, but his Tao heart was firm. He immediately noticed the difference. The source of this pressure wasn't Yao Shishua, but the golden runes in her eyes. Wang Lin took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. He no longer paid attention to Yao Shishua and instead focused on comprehending the heavenly Tao. He clearly remembered that there were no runes in Yao Shishua's eyes before. It was obvious that all of this had something to do with the mysterious force that had appeared without a sound. Yao Shishua's eyes opened for a moment. Then she closed them again and began to silently cultivate. Wang Lin was immersed in the heavenly Tao of life and death. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. He knew about life and death. He understood what life was and what death was. He opened the life and death reincarnation scroll. Finally, he understood the concept of the human body. All of these scenes flashed through Wang Lin's mind. After an unknown amount of time, the mysterious force appeared again on the platform. Yao Shishua's eyes sprang open, which emitted a blinding golden glow. She stared into the rift with a calm expression. The mysterious force appeared in an instant and circled Wang Lin's figure. At that instant, Wang Lin's mind entered a strange state, as if he was dreaming. He felt like he was in an illusionary world, with figures flashing past his eyes. He could not see anything clearly, but it felt like he could see everything clearly. This conflicting feeling made him feel slightly uncomfortable. In addition to that, he could hear a mumble of a man or a woman in his ears, as if it was telling him something, but when he tried to listen carefully, he could not hear anything. The feeling lasted for a long time, so long that Wang Lin even forgot the concept of time. The voice in his ears gradually grew louder, and the figures in front of him slowly became clearer. Just as everything was about to become clear, everything before him disappeared like an illusion. At the moment everything disappeared, Wang Lin seized this opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment everything was about to become clear, his eyes lit up and the last remaining slaughter seal condensed on his ears. "I am Qing Lin." A clear voice rang out beside his ear. However, this voice only lasted for an instant before it vanished in a thin air along with everything in front of him. Wang Lin took advantage of this opportunity. If he had used the life brand before, he would not have been able to hear this voice. Only when everything became clear and finally dissipated could he use the life brand to do this. He did not choose to look, but chose to listen to the voice. That was because the voice could convey more real information than looking. As for viewing, the majority of it was subjective thoughts. The moment everything disappeared, Wang Lin seemed to wake up from a dream. He opened his eyes, and a golden light flickered in his pupils. This lasted for 6 breaths of time before the golden light dissipated. At the same time, a golden rune appeared in his eyes. This rune was made up of 6 strokes and looked extremely complicated. Yao Shishua's expression was unsightly. She had not expected Wang Lin to obtain the 6-stroke golden rune during his enlightenment. She couldn't help but let out a cold snort in her heart. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, he immediately noticed that when he looked at Yao Shishua, even though there were still golden runes in her eyes, the previous irresistible majesty was no longer there. In fact, for some reason, he felt like he was looking down on her. Wang Lin's gaze caused Yao Shishua to feel extremely uncomfortable. Without thinking about it, she evaded it and said coldly, "Now that you have the qualifications to become a golden rune, you can step onto the revered dragon path. Let's go." With that, she stepped onto the revered dragon path and proceeded forward. Even she herself did not notice that when the golden rune in her eyes met Wang Lin's gaze, it dimmed. It was like a firefly meeting the bright moon. Although they were both bright, it was only natural that the golden rune would be dim in comparison. Wang Lin placed his hand in front of him. When his gaze fell onto his palm, a rune was clearly projected onto it. This golden rune, what exactly is it? Wang Lin thought for a moment. He took a step forward, arrived on the revered dragon path, and began to slowly walk forward. Below the revered dragon path was an endless abyss of space. Although it was impossible to tell if one would survive if they fell, just the feeling in one's heart would be enough to cause one's heart to tremble. The revered dragon path slowly floated left and right. If a mortal stood on it, they would be scared out of their wits. However, for cultivators, this kind of swaying didn't affect them at all. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were extremely fast as they walked along the small path into the distance. There seemed to be no end to the path. 3 days later, the two of them did not stop to rest, but the path continued to extend forward. Yao Shishua's expression was the same as ever. She had come here many times, so she naturally knew that they had only covered a third of the path. A few days later, another huge platform appeared in front of the revered dragon path. On this platform stood an object. It was a stone statue that was about 3 meters tall. It stood in the center of the platform. The statue had a humanoid shape, but its ears and arms were extremely large. On the revered dragon path, Yao Shishua stopped. She turned around to look at Wang Lin and said, "This place is the first layer of the seal. You and I will each break 1 layer. I will break the first layer, and you will break the second layer." "Sure." Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever as he calmly said. Yao Shishua didn't waste any more time, and quickly jumped onto the platform like lightning. The moment she charged onto the platform, a ray of golden light came from her eyes. This golden light contained the golden rune. At this moment, the golden rune followed Yao Shishue's gaze and landed on the stone statue. The stone statue's entire body shook, and a cloud of white gas rose up. Immediately after, its eyes suddenly opened, revealing a merciless light. It lifted its foot and took a step forward. With a boom, the entire platform immediately began to tremble. A powerful killing intent immediately spread out as the stone statue took a step. Yao Shishue's body floated in the air. She had dealt with this stone statue several times, so she was very familiar with it. She touched her bag of holding, and a jade appeared in her hand. This jade was completely blood red and was very different from normal jade. Seal. With one word, Yao Shishue threw out the jade talisman in her hand. The jade talisman shattered in midair and turned into a dense, blood-colored light that shrouded the stone statue. Under the crimson light, the stone statue seemed to be covered in a layer of crimson clothing. It was imprisoned in place, and no matter how much it struggled, it was unable to break the seal of the crimson clothing. Yao Shishue's beautiful body gently landed on the ground. She looked back at Wang Lin and then walked toward the other side of the platform. There was also a dragon that appeared. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. This statue's cultivation level was no weaker than an early-stage soul transformation cultivator's. Although it wasn't very agile, the power of its stomp was very strong. If it were to use its spells or go all out, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. But now, it had been easily sealed by Yao Shishue. This scene caused Wang Lin to have a completely new understanding of this woman. That blood-red jade was obviously refined by her father, the blood ancestor. That's why it has such a powerful spell, thought Wang Lin to himself. He didn't let his thoughts show on his face as he leaped onto the platform. As he walked past the sealed stone statue, he saw a flash of golden light from the corner of his eye. Wang Lin's expression didn't reveal anything, nor did he stop walking. When he reached the other side of the platform, he casually looked back. The moment he did, the life brand on his forehead condensed in his eyes. His gaze pierced through the blood-red robe and saw the flickering magical symbol on the stone statue. The magical symbol was only one stroke, but it was very clear. Today, I went to the hospital for a follow-up. Because I smoked too much, my recovery wasn't very good. I had an afternoon injection, and when I got home, I was in very bad shape. After writing this chapter, I felt a bit powerless. Tonight, I might only write this one chapter. If I feel better, I'll try to write more, but I can't guarantee anything. I know that these last 2 days are critical for the monthly votes, so I won't go against myself. Please understand. But tomorrow, I can promise to write 3 chapters. If I'm in good shape, I'll write 4 chapters. But I can't promise that. Chapter 555. After clearly seeing the tattoo, Wang Lin turned around. The life seal had already disappeared, so his expression was normal and no one could see anything wrong with him. Yao Shishue was already far away, and Wang Lin was following behind her. The rune that he had just seen appeared in his mind. The path of the rune was similar to the 3-stroke rune in Yao Shishue's eyes. It was even the same as the golden rune in his eyes. As Wang Lin walked, he raised his right hand and looked at the center of his palm. The 6-stroke rune appeared once again. This rune is quite interesting. This 1-stroke rune seems to be a foundation. Whether it's Yao Shishue's 3-stroke rune or the 6-stroke rune in my eyes, they both contain this rune. His eyes flickered, and he casually waved his right hand to draw the rune in the air. His finger was filled with celestial energy, but after drawing the rune, there was no reaction from the celestial energy in his body. Wang Lin pondered a bit and memorized the symbol. He no longer pondered it, but his eyes revealed a mysterious light as he looked at Yao Shishue in the distance. This girl has the blood soul pill. Even if I sneak attack her, she can still come back to life. It will be a bit difficult to kill her. 7 days later, another platform appeared in front of the revered dragon path. The size of this platform was almost the same as the previous 2, and there was also a stone statue in the center of the platform. Even the appearance of this stone statue was similar to the previous ones. The only difference was that there was a half-closed third eye between the stone statue's eyebrows. At the end of the platform, Yao Shishue turned her head to look at Wang Lin. Although she didn't say anything, her thoughts were expressed through her actions. Wang Lin wasn't a sloppy person. He knew that it wasn't the right time to have a falling out with the other party. At the very least, he had to wait until he understood everything here. He took a step forward, passed by Yao Shishue, and landed on the platform. The moment he landed on the platform, he immediately closed his eyes. At the same time, a life seal appeared in his eyes and sealed them. After doing all of this, he landed on the platform and sealed his eyes with a life seal. This was Wang Lin's first experiment. He wanted to see if the golden rune could pass through his eyes. The golden rune didn't pass through, but the moment Wang Lin landed on the platform, the stone statue trembled and opened its eyes. Its eyes revealed a fierce glow as it let out a roar and charged forward. The life seal immediately spread out from his eyes and covered his entire body. At the same time, Wang Lin retreated a few steps and circled around like a dragon. The stone statue roared and charged forward in pursuit of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever as he waved his right hand in the air. Green light flickered as a simple restriction appeared in his hand. As he moved, he tossed the restriction behind him, causing it to grow in size until it was dozens of meters wide, blocking the path of the stone statue. The stone statue's body didn't stop at all. It directly collided with the restriction. The restriction was like a broken mirror. It immediately shattered into countless pieces and scattered in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes flickered with interest. Although the restriction he had just used was just a test, it was incorporeal. Unless the stone statue also encountered a similar restriction, it shouldn't have shattered like that. This stone statue is definitely covered in restrictions. Using brute force to break it isn't the right way to do it. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and countless restrictions flew out from his hand and closed in on the stone statue. The stone statue let out a roar as it jumped forward and threw a punch. This punch shattered countless restrictions, and at the same time, a powerful force shot through the void toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin touched his bag of holding, and a restriction flag appeared in his hand. With a shake of his hand, the force from the restriction flag entered the flag and disappeared. Wang Lin's restriction flag had already reached 999 sets over the past hundreds of years. However, what he found strange was that the divine retribution still hadn't arrived. These 999 groups of restrictions were all single-target restrictions. When they were swung around, they were extremely powerful. However, as Wang Lin's cultivation level increased, it became clear that this restriction flag wasn't enough. Wang Lin was thinking about how to increase the power of the restriction flag by another level and increase it to 999 sets. However, increasing it by 10 times would require too many single-target restrictions. With Wang Lin's knowledge, he wasn't able to control that many restrictions. At this moment, there were large amounts of restrictions flashing in his eyes. These restrictions continued to combine and split in his mind. His speed increased, preventing the stone statue from closing in. Every time the stone statue was about to get close, Wang Lin would wave the restriction flag in his hand, and a large amount of restrictions would fly out, forming walls of restrictions to stop the stone statue from getting closer. After being stopped several times, the stone statue let out an earth-shattering roar. It no longer chased and instead stood in place. Then it stomped down, causing the entire platform to tremble. At the same time, as Wang Lin moved around, stone spikes shot out from the ground like sharp swords. Wang Lin was already prepared for the stone statue's spell. His hand formed a seal, and his body flickered to dodge the spikes. However, these sharp thorns were like bamboo shoots after the rain, rising and falling one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire platform was filled with sharp thorns. Almost in an instant, except for the center, the entire platform was covered with stone thorns. Wang Lin's body charged into the sky. While he was in the air, the restrictions in his eyes flashed even faster. His gaze never left the stone statue. As he continued to deduce, his eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the image of the stone statue in his eyes changed greatly. In his eyes, this wasn't a stone statue at all. It was clearly a restriction formed by layers of restrictions stacked on top of each other. The entire body of the stone statue was covered in restrictions. The moment Wang Lin saw the true nature of the stone statue, the spikes on the platform all broke off from their roots. They were like rootless spikes or a rain of spikes that shot toward Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, if he used a treasure or the 3 killing moves, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. However, Wang Lin's goal wasn't to break it by force, but to understand it thoroughly. In Wang Lin's eyes, the spikes charging at him were all restrictions. As long as they were restrictions, he wouldn't be afraid. It could be said that ever since Wang Lin reached the core formation stage, he had been studying restrictions. Aside from those old monsters that had lived for more than 10,000 years, no one could compare to him in terms of understanding restrictions. His expression was calm as he waved the restriction flag, and countless restrictions flew out. These restrictions were arranged according to a strange pattern within Wang Lin's body. The tens of thousands of spikes were mercilessly broken down and turned into a part of the restrictions. After the restriction flag absorbed these restrictions, its aura increased greatly. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately landed. His right hand pointed at the sky, and the restrictions inside the restriction flag immediately wrapped around the stone statue like a tornado. Before Wang Lin's body landed on the ground, he turned into a cloud of green smoke and moved around the statue in the opposite direction of the restrictions. His hands continued to move, and new restrictions were absorbed by the statue. Looking from afar, the stone statue on the platform was surrounded by countless restrictions. No matter how it struggled and roared, the restrictions seemed to penetrate its body and enter its body through the cracks in the stone. Break! 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 Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped, and he let out 4 roars. These 4 shouts immediately caused the countless restrictions around the statue to surge forward. The statue's body began to rapidly change and collapse at a visible rate. This stone statue was formed by restrictions, and the restrictions that formed its body had already collapsed. As the restrictions continued to fall off, the stone statue's body began to shrink layer by layer. At the moment of crisis, the stone statue immediately let out a violent roar, and the third eye between its brows suddenly opened. Immediately, a ray of golden light shot out from the third eye. In one flash, the restrictions that Wang Lin had placed were forced back and began to melt. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. At the moment the golden light shined, he saw a golden rune in the statue's third eye. This rune was formed by 2 strokes. Restriction. Wang Lin let out a roar and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the restrictions and absorbed his blood. The restrictions immediately charged forward and began to melt with the golden light. 2 breaths later, the golden light in the stone statue's third eye dissipated. At this moment, the stone statue was covered by an endless amount of restrictions. Its body trembled, and the ruthless light in its eyes dissipated. What replaced it was a dull gray color. Shortly after, its body suddenly collapsed. As it collapsed, restrictions came out from its body and turned into black gas that spread out in all directions. The entire platform became a world of black gas. Within this black gas, a golden rune appeared and was about to disappear into the void. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He subconsciously raised his right hand and drew a rune with his index finger. This rune was the same rune from the first layer of the seal on the statue. After drawing one line, Wang Lin didn't stop. He drew another line on top of the rune. These 2 lines intertwined and formed the golden rune that Wang Lin had seen in the statue's third eye. The moment this rune appeared, the rune that flew out from the statue immediately changed direction and flew toward Wang Lin. With a speed faster than lightning, it imprinted itself on the rune that Wang Lin had created. The 2 runes merged together, and there was no distinction between them. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. His index finger didn't stop and drew another line. With this line, it formed the 3 runes in Yao Shishue's eyes. When she heard everyone's words of comfort, she clenched her teeth and finished the chapter. At least she hadn't missed any updates today. Chapter 556. Everything happened extremely quickly. Under Yao Shishue's astonished gaze, the 3 strokes of the rune were completed. The moment the rune was completed, the immortal force in Wang Lin's body automatically circulated and merged with the rune through his finger. If one looked at these 3 strokes on their own, they wouldn't look abnormal. However, as they were drawn one by one, they looked perfect in Wang Lin's eyes. It was as if they contained the imprint of the heavens. Bursts of golden light burst out from the rune and illuminated the surroundings. The swirling black gas on the platform slowly dissipated into nothingness under the illumination of the golden light. Yao Shishue's eyes were filled with complicated emotions and astonishment. Although she had mentioned this place many times before, she was always in a hurry and did not want to waste time with the stone statues. She always used the blood jade that her father had given her to seal the rune. Although she had noticed the golden rune and tried to draw it in the air, she did not manage to completely shatter the stone statues. Thus, she was unable to absorb the rune like Wang Lin had done. As the immortal force entered the rune, Wang Lin's index finger paused for a moment. Although his expression remained calm, he could clearly feel that if he could not complete the 4th stroke, the perfection of the rune would immediately be broken or even crumble. Wang Lin was unable to draw the 4th stroke out of thin air. His eyes flickered as he placed his right index finger on the rune. He turned around and flicked his finger forward, firing the rune at Yao Shishue. Yao Shishue's expression changed as she immediately backed off. At the same time, she took out a few blood jade slips from her storage bag and crushed them one by one. As the blood-colored light surged, layers of blood-colored light directly covered the rune. This happened extremely quickly. When the blood-colored light fell on the rune, it immediately dissipated. Even so, the golden light of the rune dimmed slightly. Yao Shishue continuously retreated. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she continuously threw out blood-red jade slips. After 7 breaths of time, the golden light on the rune was finally covered by the blood-red color, and it completely dimmed. The rune dissipated amid the blood-colored light. Yao Shishue's expression was extremely gloomy. She had just thrown out 1/10 of the blood jades in her storage bag, enough to last her for 100 years. When the golden rune arrived, she felt as if she was facing someone from her father's generation. Wang Lin. Yao Shishue held onto the blood jade and waited for the rune to dissipate. She immediately charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. The moment Yao Shishue arrived, his eyes flashed coldly. He touched his storage bag, and a celestial sword appeared in his hand. He held it horizontally in front of him and calmly said, "Fellow cultivator Wang." The golden rune appeared too suddenly. I couldn't control it. If you want to fight with Wang Lin because of this, then Wang Lin will accompany you. Yao Shishue stared at Wang Lin with a dark gaze. Her eyes flickered with killing intent as she thought, since this person is here, unless I can break all the seals, there's no way for me to survive. If I fight him now, I'll be wasting my time. She coldly said, "Don't do it again." With that, she moved forward and directly bypassed Wang Lin. On the other side of the platform, she stepped onto the path to the 3rd seal. Wang Lin put away his celestial sword and unhurriedly followed behind. He looked at Yao Shishue, but his heart was not calm. The 3 strokes of the talisman actually have such power. According to Yao Shishue, there are a total of 18 levels here. If there is a talisman on each level, then there will be 18 talismans. If I draw all 18 talismans, how powerful would it be? What exactly are these talismans? Could it be a celestial art? Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his right hand drew in the air. In an instant, 3 tattoos appeared. Unfortunately, there was nothing wrong with the celestial spiritual energy in his body. After the tattoos appeared, they immediately dissipated and no longer had the power they had before. Wang Lin frowned and pondered. A few days later, the third platform came into view. This time, Yao Shishue directly charged toward the platform. It was still the same stone statue on the platform, but in addition to the third eye, there was also a long sword in the statue's hand. Yao Shishue changed the seal from before. This time, she didn't hesitate to use her spell to fight the stone statue. Wang Lin coldly observed from outside the platform. Most of Yao Shishue's spells were related to blood techniques. When she waved her hand, a blood color would appear and the spell would be used. There was no suspense in the battle with the stone statue. With Yao Shishue's cultivation, the result was determined in half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, even though the stone statue collapsed, no golden talisman flew out. Yao Shishue's expression became even darker. She stomped her foot and pressed down with her right hand, causing the collapsed stone statue to shatter into pieces. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, could it be that the runes will only merge with the stone statue after the seal is broken? Yao Shishue didn't even look at Wang Lin. She immediately jumped over the platform and continued forward. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. During this month, Wang Lin was extremely idle. Yao Shishue didn't give Wang Lin any chance to make a move. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, she realized that her method wasn't right. Thinking back to how Wang Lin had obtained the golden talisman, she came to a realization. She was extremely afraid of the golden talisman. At this moment, in order to prevent Wang Lin from obtaining it, she took matters into her own hands. She didn't destroy the stone statue, but used blood jades to seal it. This was the method she had used the previous 3 times. On this day, after sealing the 11th stone statue, Yao Shishue's expression turned serious as she looked at the platform with the 12th seal. She looked at Wang Lin and said, Wang Daoyu, the 12th seal is very different from the previous one. We will need both of us to break it. This is also the reason why I invited you here. Wang Lin nodded. The platform in front of them was very different from the previous one. This platform was only half the size of the previous one. There were no stone statues on it, only a huge stone door. In addition, there was only the revered dragon path that the 2 of them were on. On the stone door, there were some blurry carvings that intersected with each other. They looked like a human face. Yao Shishue and Wang Lin landed on the platform. Just at this moment, the stone door suddenly opened and a cold wind blew out. Yao Shishue's body was instantly covered in blood-red light. Wang Lin took a few steps back and touched his bag of holding. He took out the restriction flag and wrapped it around his body. As the cold wind blew, the restriction flag around Wang Lin began to emit crackling sounds. Layers of ice began to condense around Wang Lin's body. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin's body was covered in a thick layer of ice. As for Yao Shishue, there was also an ice statue around her body. However, there was a bright red glow inside the ice statue. After the cold wind passed, a white mist floated out from the stone door and condensed together in front of the stone door. It immediately took the shape of a human. This person was about 30 years old and had a cold expression on his face. He was dressed in white, and every movement he made had the air of an immortal. After he appeared, he coldly looked at the ice statue that Wang Lin and Yao Shishue were in. He didn't say anything, but his voice came out. Master's Cave. Without a token, no one is allowed to enter. The red light inside the ice sculpture that Yao Shishue was in immediately became denser. It was like a heat wave that spread from the inside out. Waves of white mist immediately spread out from the ice sculpture. In the blink of an eye, the ice sculpture melted and Yao Shishue walked out. You have come here many times and used the Blood Lord's cultivation method. Since you are his descendant, I let you off 3 times and allowed you to use the resurrection spell. However, you don't know what's good for you. This time, use the resurrection spell and scram. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Although the middle-aged man's voice was calm, there was a sense of majesty in it. At this moment, the ice statue that Wang Lin was in gradually melted. Wang Lin walked out with a calm expression and coldly looked at the 2 of them. The middle-aged man's eyes were calm, and he didn't even look at Wang Lin. He only looked at Yao Shishue. Yao Shishua bowed and said, Senior, you are an acquaintance of my ancestor. Why don't you let me off the hook? This cave has been abandoned for many years, and it would be a pity to abandon it. Why don't you help me? The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and said calmly, Only those who can take 3 of my swords are qualified. Will the 2 of you be together or separately? Yao Shishue's eyes lit up, and she said, The 2 of us will take 1 each. As for the last one, we will take it at the same time. The middle-aged man's eyes were still calm. Without saying a word, he casually pointed forward with his right hand, and a golden light immediately gathered at the tip of his finger. The first one, step forward. If you take it, you will live. If not, you will die. Wang Daoyu. Yao Shishua looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled and took 2 steps back. He shook his head and said, Cultivator Yao's words are not true. I need to think about it. Yao Shishua looked at Wang Lin and said, What's not true? This place doesn't have 18 layers of seals. If it really is a seal, then there are only 12 layers. Once you enter this door, you will enter the cave abode. Yao Shishua sneered. She had already expected that Wang Lin would change his mind at the last minute. She said calmly, Wang Daoyu, there is something I forgot to tell you before. I hope you don't mind. However, it's not too late to tell you now. After entering this place and comprehending the golden seal, you have obtained the qualification to enter the cave abode. Once you obtain the qualification, you must succeed. Otherwise, only death awaits you. I've already told you. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Wang Lin's expression was uncertain. After a while, he looked at Yao Shishua with a helpless expression and said with a bitter smile, Cultivator, Yao has the blood-soul pill, so of course she's not afraid. What a good plan. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin and Yao Shishua coldly, without any impatience. If you can help me enter the cave abode, then you naturally won't have to worry about your life. Everything I promised you before will come true. Yao Shishua said. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then said, Now that things have reached this point, I can help, but I want to know what exactly this place is. Yao Shishua smiled and said, This place is a cave left behind by a celestial. Back then, my father accidentally learned from a demon emperor that this cave has been abandoned for many years. Many of its spells have disappeared, and only a sliver of the cave spirit's soul remains. Only after reaching the ascended stage can one withstand 3 rays of sword energy. Okay, I have told you everything I need to tell you. Wang Daoyu, please make your move. Wang Lin said, Only Ascendant can withstand it. Wang is only at the mid-stage of soul transformation. Cultivator Yao thinks too highly of me. Yao Shishua's expression became cold, and she said, Wang Lin, you can't enter the cave. I have the blood-soul pill and can revive myself, but you will without a doubt die. Just at this moment, the middle-aged man that had been coldly looking at them suddenly said, That's right, you too can't enter the cave. Today, both of you will die. If you want to live, you must enter the cave. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. Then he took a step forward and said, Senior, make your move. With that, he raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. The demonic intent that was sealed inside his body suddenly surged out and surrounded his body. At this moment, a thick, black fog spread out from Wang Lin's body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was surrounded by the black fog. In Yao Shishua's eyes, this black fog was demonic energy. He immediately used the spell he used to fight against the demon general. He has obviously used all his strength. This is exactly what I want. Yao Shishua had already calculated that Wang Lin's cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of soul transformation. Even if she gave him enough celestial jades, it would be impossible for him to reach the late stage of soul transformation in 3 days. As a result, with his mid-stage soul transformation cultivation, even if he withstood 1 ray of sword energy, he would be seriously injured and would no longer be a threat. And she, with the method that her father had given her, was confident that she could withstand too. As a result, she had successfully fulfilled the requirements of the cave spirit. In the past, she had come here several times and used all her strength, but she could only withstand 2. The third one was fatal. The middle-aged man, who was the cave spirit, looked at Wang Lin, who was surrounded by the black fog. Without a word, he flicked his finger, and a ray of golden light shot toward Wang Lin like lightning. Wang Lin let out a roar, and the demonic energy around his body quickly gathered at the tip of his finger. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of the demonic energy around his body disappeared and gathered at his index finger. With one finger, the golden light closed in and collided with his index finger. The golden light was like an awl that cut through the demonic energy. However, during this process, the demonic energy quickly merged with the golden light and continued to melt. Although the golden light looked ordinary, it was actually very powerful. It broke through the demonic energy and entered Wang Lin's body through his finger. Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body felt like it had been hit by a powerful force and was thrown back. At the same time, popping sounds came from his body. This platform wasn't big, so Wang Lin's body was thrown off the platform and fell toward the void below. The middle-aged man lowered his head to look at where Wang Lin disappeared to. He raised his head and slowly said, "You broke the first one. Next is the second one." With that, he raised his right hand again, and another ray of golden light gathered at his fingertip. Wang Lin's serious injury wasn't out of Yao Shishue's expectation. She didn't care about Wang Lin's life or death. She only cared about how to enter the cave. As for what her father said about not becoming enemies with Wang Lin, she completely forgot about it. In fact, in her heart, Wang Lin's identity and cultivation weren't enough for her to befriend him, even if he was extraordinary. She scanned her surroundings with her divine sense and didn't find Wang Lin. The last bit of doubt in her heart disappeared. At this moment, facing the second wave of sword chi from the spirit of the cave, she immediately touched her bag of holding with her right hand, and a large amount of blood-colored jade talismans appeared in her hand. At this moment, a golden light shot out from the middle-aged man's hand like a roaring golden dragon. The talisman in Yao Shishue's hand immediately shattered, and a large amount of blood-colored light spread out, wrapping around the golden dragon. However, the golden dragon charged out like a hot knife through butter. Although the light was dim, it was still very powerful as it landed on Yao Shishue's chest. Yao Shishue's face immediately turned bewitching red. She suppressed the mouthful of blood and took 2 steps back as she looked at the middle-aged man. This was the 4th time she had come to this stone door. She knew that the blood-colored talisman could only be used once. The second time, it had no effect on the golden light. The first time she came here was because she had the blood-colored talisman. She had charged through 11 platforms like a hot knife through butter. She thought she had a 90% chance of success, but the blood-colored talisman had lost its effect on the second ray of sword energy. You can take the second ray of sword energy. Now it's the third. As the middle-aged man spoke, a golden light appeared on his finger again. Without giving his opponent any time to prepare, the golden light flashed out. Although Yao Shishue's face was red, she was extremely excited. In the past, when she faced the third ray of sword energy, she was already seriously injured. She only had a small amount of celestial force left in her body, so she couldn't resist it at all. But now, because Wang Lin had successfully taken the first ray of sword energy, she had enough celestial force in her body. Although she was slightly injured, it didn't affect her ability to use her spells. She was more confident than ever that she could take the third ray of sword energy. This abode is mine. Yao Shishue took a deep breath. Her hands formed seals in front of her chest and rapidly changed. The moment the golden light closed in, she coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The blood directly landed on the golden light. At the same time, she murmured in a low voice, and the speed at which her hands formed seals increased. The golden light let out a sizzling sound as it was drenched in blood. The blood seemed to be boiling as it surged and turned into blood-colored runes that stuck closely to the golden light. The golden light instantly dimmed, but the blood-colored runes on it also began to melt. The golden light shot out and headed straight for Yao Shishue. Yao Shishue took a deep breath and immediately stopped forming hand seals. She turned into a blur and stopped in front of her. Then, a circular blood-red array appeared in her hands. At this moment, the golden light closed in and collided with the blood-colored formation. A muffled bang echoed, and the blood-colored formation immediately collapsed. As for the golden light, it turned into specks of golden light that entered Yao Shishue's body. Yao Shishue could no longer control herself and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Her body trembled, and the celestial force inside her body surged like crazy to fight the golden light. Once the golden light entered the human body, it would cause great damage to the meridians and body. Only by using celestial force to resist the golden light could the danger be resolved. If you and the man from before don't die, you will be qualified to enter the cave. The middle-aged man's voice was still as calm as water. Hearing this, Yao Shishue sat down without any hesitation and circulated the celestial force in her body to fuse with the golden light. At this moment, she was completely immersed in the golden light, so she didn't notice a cold gaze landing on her. At the most critical moment, when the celestial force in his body was fighting against the golden light, an afterimage shot out from the void below the platform at an extremely fast speed like a meteor. This figure was wearing a straw hat and moved like lightning. He arrived on the platform almost instantly and didn't stop. His left hand reached out, and Yao Shishue's bag of holding flew out. At the same time, his right hand pointed between Yao Shishue's eyebrows. At this moment, Yao Shishue's eyes suddenly opened and were filled with shock. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. She could only watch as the figure's finger pressed between her eyebrows. A destructive force entered her body through the space between her eyebrows. Like a hot knife through butter, it passed through her meridians. Everywhere it passed, her meridians were broken. At the same time, the little celestial force inside her body was hit by this destructive force and immediately scattered. Adding on the power of the golden light, Yao Shishue coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her body trembled, and she was thrown back 30 feet. When she landed on the ground, a great gas appeared between her eyebrows and formed a life seal that covered her body. Blood flowed out from the corner of Yao Shishue's mouth as she hissed, "Wang Lin, you want to die? It won't be that easy." A cold voice came from the figure. This slender figure took off the straw hat on his head. He was Wang Lin. The shock in Yao Shishue's eyes was extremely strong. Wang Lin's appearance had exceeded her expectations. She thought that even if this person wasn't dead, he would be seriously injured. There was no way he would appear here like this. Moreover, when she scanned the area with her divine sense, she clearly remembered that she didn't find this person. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he looked at Yao Shishue. Everything that was happening right now was something he had secretly planned. It could be said that when he found out that this was the end of this place, he already had an idea. The reason he took the risk of releasing demonic energy again was to completely numb Yao Shishue and make her think that he had used his full strength. Then, he used the moment the sword energy entered his body to shatter the immortal crystal he had condensed in his body. Previously, when he was in the army camp, he had stored a third of the immortal jade might transformation immortal crystal in his body for 3 days, precisely to create an unexpected effect. The immortal crystal shattered, and a large amount of celestial energy emerged. Normally, he would have to immediately sit down to meditate when so much celestial energy appeared. If he wasn't careful, the meridians in his body would be shattered by this large amount of celestial energy. However, when the sword chi entered his body, the dense celestial chi perfectly melted with it. It completely resisted the destruction of the sword chi until it completely melted. Then, according to his previous plan, he took out the straw hat that Young Zi had given him and secretly came here. This straw hat contained a large amount of restrictions. Young Zi's cultivation was at the mid-stage of Ascendant, so his magical treasure was naturally very powerful. The function of this hat was to hide divine sense. Wang Lin had used it many times, and the effect was very good. Unless the other party's cultivation was at the Ascendant stage, they wouldn't be able to detect it. How could Yao Shishue know about all of this? Wang Lin held Yao Shishue's bag of holding and calmly said, "Fellow cultivator Yao, we meet again. Although his words were directed at Yao Shishue, his gaze swept toward the middle-aged man under the stone door. The middle-aged man's eyes were still calm, as if everything before him didn't exist. Yao Shishue clenched her teeth and said, "You're so despicable." Wang Lin faintly smiled. Many people had cursed him. The winner is king and the loser is the thief. This was the rule of the cultivation world, and Wang Lin had always remembered it. He smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, Yao gave me a fake pill and hid the danger of entering this place. Wang Lin is just taking revenge, so there's no need to praise me like this. If my father, the blood ancestor, finds out about this, you're dead, even if you're Tian Yunzi's disciple. Besides, before I came here, I had already used a blood soul pill." Yao Shishue's face was pale without any trace of blood. "Why would I kill you? You have a blood soul pill to revive you, but to use it, you must die. I've sealed your body with a spell, so you don't have any celestial energy left in your body. Let's see how you're going to die." Wang Lin smiled, but his smile looked a bit sinister. Yao Shishue's face was pale, and her body was weak. Just like what Wang Lin said, she didn't have any celestial energy left in her body, and her meridians were cracked. In her current state, she should be dead, but the mark between her eyebrows continued to send out strands of life force that covered her body, forming a cycle of life and death. Under this cycle, her life and death had stopped. "I only need to seal you in a place and let you endure 100 years of loneliness. You will wander between life and death, but you won't be able to die. Even if you bite your tongue to commit suicide with a mark between your eyebrows, you won't succeed. As a result, I want to see how you're going to revive with a blood soul pill." Although Wang Lin's voice was calm, when it entered Yao Shishue's ears, her expression changed. As Wang Lin spoke, he couldn't help but think back to when he was in Shizuku. His cultivation was destroyed by the giant demon clan's ancestor and the cultivators of Shueyu. After he became a cripple, he was stranded in a mountain village and found the skeleton of a woman that had been sealed there for an unknown amount of years. Wang Lin thought, "There's a cycle of reincarnation in this world." He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Yao Shishue. His right hand moved toward her full chest. Yao Shishue bit her lips, and her eyes were filled with killing intent and humiliation. To Wang Lin, this gaze meant nothing. His right hand reached into Yao Shishue's clothes and felt the softness of soft jade. It had to be said that Yao Shishue was a rare beauty. Apart from that, her identity was also one of the reasons why people were moved. She was the dignified daughter of the blood ancestor. She was usually high and mighty, but today, she was in trouble. Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. His right hand pinched the softness of Yao Shishue's chest. When he withdrew his hand, he took out 3 bags of holding. Yao Shishue's eyes were filled with humiliation. She stared at Wang Lin and gritted her teeth. She had cultivated for many years and had always maintained her virginity. She had never had such intimate contact with a man. After putting away the bags of holding, Wang Lin said, "Fellow cultivator Yao, how about we make a deal?" Yao Shishue stared at Wang Lin and didn't say a word. "I intend to seal you until your lifespan runs out. However, in the demon spirit land, 500 years is the limit. If you answer one of my questions, I'll reduce your lifespan by 50 years. How about it?" Wang Lin smiled. Yao Shishue took a deep breath and remained silent for a while. After pondering a bit, she coldly said, "How do I know if what you said is true or false?" Wang Lin chuckled and said, "You can refuse." Yao Shishue coldly looked at Wang Lin and snorted. "Ask. If you lie, I might not be able to tell right now, but I'll find out in the future. At that time, don't blame me for not helping you break the seal. The first question is, why are you in such a rush to enter the cave?" Wang Lin's question was very clever, and it contained a lot of information. Yao Shishue turned her head and looked at the stone door. The middle-aged man's gaze was still calm. "I just want to go in. There's no reason. You asked for it." Wang Lin's eyes became cold. His hand formed a seal, and he placed down restrictions. These restrictions landed on the ground and formed a circle of restrictions. As time passed, Wang Lin placed down more and more restrictions, and the circle of restrictions on the ground gave off a black glow. After doing all of this, Wang Lin grabbed Yao Shixue and threw her into the circle of restrictions. His right hand formed a seal, and he softly said, "Seal." With one word, the circle of restrictions shrank and quickly surrounded Yao Shixue. In almost an instant, a sphere of restrictions was formed. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the sphere suddenly shrank and flew into his bag of holding. After doing all of this, Wang Lin turned around to look at the middle-aged man and said, "Do I have the qualifications to enter?" The middle-aged man, Shinsei, calmly said, "The two of you jointly withstood 3 streaks of sword chi, so you naturally have the qualifications to enter. However, everything in the cave was completely sealed by the master before he left. If you can't open the seal, then it's useless. What kind of cave is this?" Wang Lin was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Master's cave abode. Who is your master?" "The master is the master. There's no such thing as who I am." Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged man. After a short while, he said, "Were those golden runes on the 11 platforms outside? It's a divine ability to protect the mansion. It's a pity that after Master sealed it, there's no central control, so it lost its divine ability. Otherwise, the two of you wouldn't have been able to enter." The middle-aged man said slowly, "Besides me, if there's someone else who withstands 3 of your sword chi, would you allow them to enter the abode as well?" Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he asked, "If you can break a seal in the abode, then you can obtain the right to enter the cave abode. If you can do this, the cave abode will automatically close. Naturally, no one will be able to enter unless you are dead. This cave abode has existed for countless years. Has anyone ever entered it before?" Wang Lin asked again. "Yes, but they are all dead. How do I leave here?" "Break a seal. Naturally, you can leave." Wang Lin was silent. He knew that the cave abode's spirit wouldn't say much if he asked again. After pondering for a while, he didn't talk nonsense and directly stepped into the stone door. Inside the stone door, what appeared in front of Wang Lin was a group of pavilions that looked like a mortal palace. He was standing at the gate of this palace-like building. A faint celestial force filled the surroundings. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his whole body felt refreshed. He took a step forward, but immediately his expression changed, and he looked down at the ground. The ground was paved with blue stones and was extremely flat. Wang Lin squatted down and touched the ground with his right hand. Immediately, a strange expression appeared on his face. Celestial jade. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense. He immediately sensed that there were seals all around him. The moment his divine sense spread out, he immediately withdrew it. All the buildings here are made of celestial jade. Wang Lin was extremely sensitive to celestial jade. At this moment, all he could see was celestial jade, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Unfortunately, there are powerful seals on them. Otherwise, I would definitely dig out all the celestial jade. Wang Lin looked at the path of celestial jade under his feet and revealed a look of pity. About 100 feet in front of him was a giant pill furnace. The lid of the pill furnace had holes the size of an arm. White smoke came out from the holes and slowly rose into the air. A few hundred feet in front of the pill furnace was a 3-story pavilion. Wang Lin's body moved forward. He stopped next to the pill furnace and looked inside through the small hole on the pill furnace. There's a puddle of water at the bottom of the pill furnace. The white smoke is coming from that puddle of water. I'm not the first person to enter this place. Perhaps there were pills inside the pill furnace before that were taken away by someone else. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the pill furnace. There was a restriction seal on the furnace, but it was in a broken state. It was obvious that it had been broken by someone else a long time ago. After carefully looking around, Wang Lin walked forward. Wang Lin stopped in front of the pavilion and looked around. There were seals on the pavilion as well. There were even seals on the 3 steps below it. This is a complete seal. Once the restriction is placed, it will split into countless parts, causing everything inside and outside of the pavilion to become a restriction. This kind of sealing technique is rare even in ancient times. According to some of the records I've read, This technique is rumored to be from the celestial realm. It's also called celestial restriction. Wang Lin looked around and muttered to himself, "This cave is filled with celestial restriction. Could this really be the cave of an celestial?" Thinking about this, Wang Lin became even more cautious. Although the restriction seal on the pavilion had been broken by someone, he still carefully examined it before taking a step forward. On the third floor of the pavilion, Wang Lin carefully examined it before taking a step forward. This wasted a lot of time. Even so, through his examination, Wang Lin was able to see through the restrictions of the pavilion. There was nothing inside the pavilion. Not even a single table or chair was left behind. If it weren't for the traces of tables and chairs on the ground, Wang Lin wouldn't have thought that someone had taken them away after breaking the seal. Even the tables and chairs of a celestial realm are not ordinary items. It makes sense that someone took them away, Wang Lin said self-deprecatingly. The third floor of the pavilion was too empty. Wang Lin didn't find anything. Almost all the restrictions in the pavilion had been broken by someone. However, as Wang Lin observed, he discovered that the traces of the restrictions weren't broken by the same person. There were at least 3 different methods of breaking the restrictions in the pavilion. One of the methods used auspicious restrictions. It was extremely exquisite. When the restrictions were broken, they would form something that looked like a plum blossom. Wang Lin had seen this method in some auspicious records before. It was called the 18 plum blossom restrictions. More than half of the restrictions in the pavilion had been broken with this method. It was obvious that it was done by the same person. These restrictions were very famous in the ancient cultivation world. However, they were very particular about who was in the direct line of descent. Outsiders would never be able to learn them. Even disciples of the direct line of descent, depending on their status, could only learn up to 9 restrictions. Only the sect leader could learn the complete 18 restrictions. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly focused on the traces of tables and chairs on the ground. His expression changed. Earroot is a very pure man. I changed the 18 chrysanthemum restrictions to 18 plum blossom restrictions. Purite. Chapter 559. There were a few marks on the floor of the building where the tables and chairs used to be. Clearly, the marks had been left there for too long. Furthermore, the seals around the area had been broken, and the minor divine ability to remove the dust had been lost. After looking around the building for a bit, Wang Lin was able to glean quite a bit of information. First of all, there had to be 3 people who had entered the building before him. Of course, that didn't rule out the possibility that there were people like Wang Lin who had come here only to find the remains of the seals that had been deciphered by others. Of the 3 people, the person who had mastered the 18 plum blossom hexes had been the first to appear. That person was most likely very proud and arrogant, and didn't care about ordinary things. According to Wang Lin's observations, wherever there were valuable items, there were also remains of the 18 hexes. After that person left, 2 more people arrived. Their methods of deciphering the hexes were a bit amateurish, and the tables and chairs were taken by one of them. The key to this conclusion was the marks on the floor that Wang Lin was looking at. There were some tiny bits of wood on the ash marks. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice them. Wang Lin squatted down and picked up a piece of wood with his index finger. Forcibly deciphering the hexes caused some damage to the tables and chairs. Wang Lin flicked the piece of wood away, then walked out the back door of the building. Behind the building was a long, winding corridor, fenced with celestial jade. Beneath the fence was a dried-up pond. There were also large amounts of hexes left behind by the destruction of the hexes. On the surface of the pond, Wang Lin found the 18 plum blossom hexes. As he walked along the winding corridor, Wang Lin carefully examined his surroundings. He noticed that the fences around him had been broken in many places. The further he went, the fewer hexes he saw. After walking for about 5 kilometers, he reached the end of the corridor. At the end, the corridor split into 3 directions. At the intersection, Wang Lin stopped and carefully examined the 3 paths. He wanted to find the direction that the person who had mastered the 18 plum blossom hexes had gone. That person's hexes were too powerful, and if he followed that person, he wouldn't be able to find any treasures. That person was like an elegant thief who only picked the best items. The two people behind him were like robbers who basically didn't let go of anything they saw. However, their abilities were limited, so they would leave behind some of the best items. After carefully examining the area, Wang Lin walked a few dozen meters in each of the three directions, then returned to his original position. His eyes flashed, and he headed toward the path to the right. After walking 1,000 feet, Wang Lin saw that although the scenery was the same as before, there were broken restrictions everywhere. These restrictions had all been broken by force, and there were even some places where the restrictions were only broken halfway before being abandoned. Every time he encountered one of these half-broken hexes, Wang Lin would stop and carefully examine it. He wasn't in a rush to break it, but after observing it, he would continue moving forward. The path to the right extended out. Although there were fences on both sides, outside the fences was no longer a pond, but a bamboo forest. As he cautiously moved forward, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He raised his right foot and slowly placed it back down. His body didn't move, but there were flashes of restrictions in his eyes. There was a pavilion 100 feet in front of him. There was a round table with 4 stone stools. There was a wine jug and several cups on top of the table. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he cautiously looked around. Within 100 feet of the pavilion, all the hexes were intact, and there were no signs of them being broken. There must be something special about the wine jug on the stone table in the pavilion. I followed the marks left by someone before me, but the person who broke the hexes stopped here. Wang Lin pondered a bit and took a few steps back. The restrictions in his eyes flashed as he carefully observed. Gradually, his expression became more and more serious. So that's how it is. There are tens of thousands of changes to the hexes inside the pavilion. If I can't figure out all of them, once I step within 100 feet of the pavilion, I will trigger the power of the hexes. Even if I break it by force, unless I have a shocking cultivation level, it will be difficult for me to escape unscathed. Also, the most important thing is that this pavilion is clearly the center of all the hexes. That's why the person who came here, for who knows how many years, chose to retreat. Although these hexes are strong, if the person who knows the 18 plum blossom restriction came here, he would only need a bit of time to break them. From this, it can be seen that the direction I chose was correct. No one has been here before. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. When he entered the cave, everything he saw was the remains of something that had been swept away. It was as if he had entered a mountain of treasure only to find that it had already been dug out by someone. From his point of view, this pavilion was another mountain of treasures. Wang Lin suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmed himself down. After looking around a bit more, he sat down and began to study the hexes. The restriction seal outside the pavilion was like a dense net. It was impossible for an ordinary person to discover it. However, in the eyes of those who were proficient in restrictions, the difference in their experience would cause them to see things differently. The first step to breaking the hexes was to observe them. Wang Lin sat there for 3 days. During these 3 days, his eyes gradually became bloodshot, and there was a hint of exhaustion on his face. I can only see 3,000 changes. I'm still a bit away from breaking the hexes. However, the hexes are still, so a lot of the changes won't show up. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before he suddenly raised his right hand and flicked it forward. A ray of celestial spiritual energy shot out from his finger toward the pavilion. After flicking his finger, he didn't hesitate to quickly retreat. He was so fast that he almost left an afterimage. As soon as the strand of celestial force entered within 100 feet of the pavilion, it immediately collapsed with a bang and turned into specks of light that dissipated. At the same time, like a drop of water being thrown into a pot of boiling oil, an explosive aura frantically surged out from within 100 feet. A stone stirred up a layer of waves. A crazy aura, filled with tyrannical power, swept out from within 100 feet like a raging wave. Almost in an instant, it spread crazily. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin was prepared and his speed was extremely fast, he would have been covered by this wave. Wang Lin didn't stop until he was more than 100 feet away. Although he was retreating, his eyes were still staring at the hexes. At this moment, his eyes were shining brightly. There were at least 10,000 changes in the hexes just now. Wang Lin pondered a bit before he sat down and continued to analyze the hexes. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. During this month, Wang Lin had tried to activate the hexes with celestial spiritual energy several times to observe the changes inside. Every time he tried, he would gain a lot. Most of the changes outside the pavilion gradually appeared in his mind. At the same time, he hadn't stopped analyzing the hexes for even half a breath. His eyes were completely red, as if they were about to drip blood. During this month, Wang Lin had forgotten everything. He even forgot that he was inside someone else's cave. The only thing he cared about was breaking this hex's restriction. The more he studied and the more he deduced, the more Wang Lin felt like he gained a lot. This hex's restriction was all-encompassing, and as he studied it, he gained a deeper understanding of it. The restrictions that Wang Lin learned came from the land of the ancient god. What he learned was ancient restrictions. Then, in the underground cave in the Shizuku Plains, he accidentally read a lot of ancient books. Adding on the hundreds of years that followed, his understanding of restrictions became more complex. His understanding of restrictions had reached a certain level. As time passed, when he completed the 99 restriction flags, his understanding of restrictions reached a bottleneck. Anyone who studied restrictions would encounter many bottlenecks in their life. If they couldn't break through them, then their research would stop. This bottleneck was invisible, but it was caused by many factors. During this month of research, Wang Lin's knowledge had increased greatly. The changes in the hexes seemed to have opened up a path for him. He had unknowingly broken through the bottleneck, and what appeared before him was a straight path. At this moment, he was 40% confident that he could break this hex's restriction. Although it was only 40%, it has to be said that even someone who had studied restrictions for 1,000 years only had 20% confidence in breaking this hex's restriction. Only those old monsters that had lived for more than 10,000 years would dare to say they had more than 40% confidence. If the person who specializes in the 18 Plum Blossom restriction can break it, I'm afraid he has more than 70% confidence. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. He didn't act rashly and continued to analyze the hexes. Another month passed. Wang Lin was confident that although he hadn't completely grasped the hexes, he was 50% confident he could break it. On this day, he calmly stood up. Although his eyes were bloodshot, he was in high spirits. His body moved, and he instantly arrived 100 feet away from the hexes. His eyes lit up as he calculated and took a step forward. This first step, Wang Lin wasn't nervous at all. He was 100% confident that there wouldn't be any changes and he wouldn't trigger this hex's restriction. After taking a step forward, nothing changed. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual as he took another step forward. The moment his first step landed, he took another step forward. 3 steps, 10 feet. He took 9 steps in a row. It was as if he had practiced these 9 steps countless times. He was extremely calm, like he was walking in his own garden. There was nothing out of the ordinary. After taking 9 steps, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with restrictions. He looked up at the hexes before him. His right hand moved as he calculated before he took another step forward. This time, it was another 9 steps. At this moment, he had already walked 60 feet. Although 60 feet wasn't a long distance, Wang Lin had spent 2 months calculating. Even some old monsters that had lived for thousands of years wouldn't be able to easily cross 60 feet. Chapter 560. After 60 feet, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He didn't continue to move forward, but took 3 steps back and stepped out from the side. He took 9 steps. Then he took another 3 steps back, changed his direction, and charged forward. He almost took a small detour and came to a distance of 30 feet from the pavilion. His expression was calm. All of this was within his calculations, and all the changes were in his heart. In truth, he had calculated each step countless times in his mind before he was able to confirm it. It was because he was confident that he was able to calmly move forward. Wang Lin knew that if he took one wrong step, then he would suffer a powerful backlash inside the restriction. The first 60 feet were fine, but the last 40 feet was something that, with his cultivation level, if he took the wrong step, he would be doomed. However, things weren't absolute. There was always a chance of survival inside the restriction. If he stepped on this chance of survival during a moment of danger, he would be able to save his life. This was also one of the characteristics of the celestial restriction. However, this chance of survival wasn't fixed. It would constantly change its position as the restriction changed. During these 2 months, aside from the restriction itself, the main focus of Wang Lin's calculations was the position of this chance of survival. From 60 feet to 70 feet, the reason he took a small circle was because of the change in the chance of survival. He had always maintained that he was only 1 step away from it. At this moment, he was standing at 70 feet and calculating with his fingers. His eyes lit up and he took a step forward. With the step, he directly moved 10 feet forward. After his foot landed, Wang Lin immediately moved another 10 feet forward. However, the moment he landed, Wang Lin's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he took half a step to the left. Just at this moment, a black tornado appeared within 100 feet of the pavilion. This tornado appeared out of nowhere, and a violent force surged out. There were also bolts of black lightning flashing inside the tornado. In the blink of an eye, everything within 100 feet seemed to have been destroyed. Wind, thunder, and lightning rumbled. Forget Wang Lin. Even an ascendant cultivator would die if they stayed inside for more than 3 breaths. In particular, the lightning was like a swimming dragon that could destroy everything in the world. Wang Lin's figure constantly moved within the 30-meter-wide hurricane, crisscrossing between the bolts of lightning. Every single step he took was on a path of survival, and the slightest carelessness would cause him to be struck by the bolts of lightning, causing his Yuan's spirit to be destroyed. It wasn't that he made a mistake in his calculation earlier, but that the formation had somehow reversed itself and was now operating in the opposite direction. After 10 breaths of time, the hurricane immediately dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Along with it, the black lightning also dissipated. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he stepped into the pavilion. He had crossed the 10 moons of distance, but a large amount of sweat was coming down his forehead. The moment he stepped into the pavilion, the area 100 feet around the pavilion began to shine brightly. This light shined brightly and caused the surrounding scenery to change greatly. At the back of the pavilion, it was as if the clouds had been parted, revealing a fake mountain. The ground was covered in grass, and there was a bamboo forest, which was connected to the bamboo forest that had existed in the surroundings. The scenery around him changed greatly, as if he had been rescued from death's door. A new world had appeared. At the same time, a calm voice came from the void and entered Wang Lin's ears. Break the restriction, and you will temporarily gain the right to own this cave. As long as you don't die, no one will be able to enter this place again. The moment the voice appeared, a crystal light flew from the distance and stopped before Wang Lin. It was a crystal token the size of a finger. It floated in the air and emitted bursts of 7-colored light. This is the token of a cave. With this token, you can enter the cave. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he held the crystal token and looked at the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, be it the stone tables or chairs, they were all protected by restrictions that couldn't be easily touched. However, compared to the 100-foot restriction, these restrictions were a lot weaker. Wang Lin didn't look at the tables or chairs. His gaze was focused on the wine jug on the round table. Although the restriction on the wine jug was exquisite, it wasn't a problem for Wang Lin. After a bit of divination, his right hand pointed at the wine jug. When it was 3 inches away from the jug, a ripple that looked like the surface of the water appeared. Wang Lin's finger landed on the surface of the ripple. At the same time, he quickly raised his finger and flicked it. The shadow of a restriction flew out from his hand and landed on the ripple. At this moment, the water ripples immediately surged, and in the center, a rotating vortex appeared. This vortex spun faster and faster, spreading in all directions, forming a circular hole. Wang Lin's right hand moved like lightning and reached into the hole. He grabbed the wine jug and took it out. The ripple disappeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with excitement. The wine jug in his hand was a bit heavy, so it wasn't empty. He took a deep breath and opened the jug. A fragrant smell immediately came out. Wang Lin immediately saw that there were about 10 drops of wine inside the jug. This jug is a bit heavy, but there are only 10 drops. But this is celestial wine, and it is placed here, so it is definitely not ordinary. Wang Lin stared at the wine jug and felt a bit conflicted. After a bit, he clenched his teeth and poured out a drop of wine. He sucked it into his mouth. The moment the drop of wine entered his mouth, Wang Lin's entire body turned red. A powerful surge of celestial spiritual energy flowed through his body in the blink of an eye. A feeling of intoxication appeared in Wang Lin's body, along with the celestial spiritual energy. The celestial spiritual energy in his body rapidly increased and flowed through his meridians like a flood. A burning sensation rose from his dantian and rushed toward the top of his head. At the same time, the feeling of intoxication became stronger as the celestial spiritual energy flowed through his body. Wang Lin's eyes were no longer clear, but cloudy. His body slowly leaned to the side, his head tilted to the side, and he fell asleep. Time passed. 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year. During this 1 year, Wang Lin slept the entire time. His snores came from the distance. Ever since he started cultivating, Wang Lin rarely slept. However, this was the longest he had slept in hundreds of years. Although he was sleeping, the celestial spiritual energy in his body increased like crazy. Even if Tian Yunzi saw this, he would be shocked. When the celestial spiritual energy in his body reached a certain level, the demonic crystal in his dantian silently shattered and melted. Demonic spiritual energy filled the area, but it was immediately devoured by the celestial spiritual energy and became a part of him. As Wang Lin fell asleep, strands of celestial spiritual energy came out from his body and filled the area. During this 1 year, the celestial spiritual energy within this area was extremely dense. While sleeping, Wang Lin still held a jug of wine in his right hand. On this day, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and let out a drunken burp. His eyes were filled with confusion as he subconsciously looked around. However, the confusion in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with clarity. He almost immediately stood up with a vigilant look in his eyes. After carefully looking around, he frowned and looked down at the wine jug in his hand. He only remembered drinking a drop of wine, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body increased. Then he fell asleep involuntarily. Thinking about celestial spiritual energy, he immediately looked inside himself. After checking himself, his eyes were filled with unimaginable shock. How long have I been sleeping? Ever since Wang Lin started cultivating, it was rare for him to be this shocked. The celestial spiritual energy in my body has far surpassed the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. I only need to comprehend my domain to reach the life and death stage. Wang Lin looked at the jug of wine in his hand in disbelief. What kind of wine is this? Wang Lin was extremely cautious as he put the jug of wine into his bag of holding. However, he still felt uneasy, so he placed several powerful restrictions on it before putting it back into his bag of holding. I'm going to completely plunder this place. At this moment, Wang Lin's interest in this place reached a peak. After the excitement passed, Wang Lin also felt a bit of fear. Luckily, my domain hasn't reached the life and death stage yet. Otherwise, if I had enough celestial spiritual energy to reach the life and death stage, I wouldn't be able to take out Zhou Yi's ascendant crystal while I was asleep. If I was unlucky and failed to reach the ascendant stage, I would have died too unjustly. Wang Lin silently pondered, but then his eyes lit up. With my current cultivation level, I have no opponents in the soul transformation stage. As long as my domain is strong enough, I can find a secret place to reach the ascendant stage. This secret place This place is the most secretive. Once my domain is strong enough, I can reach the ascendant stage here. Everything in this world is really a blessing and disaster. I was lucky enough to enter this place. If not for this, even if I had enough celestial jades, I don't know how many years it would take for me to reach my current level. Could this be what mortals call a fortuitous encounter? Wang Lin was in a good mood. After his nap, he was in a good state. He looked around and was about to continue breaking the seal, but his heart skipped a beat. How long did I sleep? If I slept for decades, or even centuries, then wouldn't the outside world have changed a lot? If that's the case, then I might as well cultivate on my own. Wang Lin pondered a bit and walked around the pavilion. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and fell on the bamboo forest in the distance. There was a corner of a fence in the bamboo forest. Although most of it was covered by bamboo, upon closer inspection, Wang Lin was able to see some clues. I didn't notice before that there was a pavilion here, but it looks like an ancestral hall in a mortal's courtyard. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin didn't go check the ancestral hall. Instead, he took out the crystal token and his mind entered it. There was a burst of light, and his figure disappeared from the cave. There was a big treasure inside the cave, and it contained a lot of secrets. Once I leave, I'll find some time to come back and slowly dig them out. Today, the first chapter was a bit lacking, but the second chapter was dry. If I average it out, it should be about the same. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.